Your live game night huddle while the action unfolds live, loud in the game. It's BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on in to a Friday night edition of BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans, and I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. We're with you every Monday through Friday, 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern, and you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Did Fernando Mendoza do enough to convince you that the Raiders should start him week one over Kirk Cousins? 310-840-4910. Again, the phone number to join. You can call or you can text 310-840-4910. Brad, we got plenty to get into from last night's preseason action, but everybody was anticipating the unofficial debut of Fernando Mendoza, number 15 in the black and silver for the Raiders. And it was pretty damn good, all things considered. I mean, look, everybody, myself included, I think their nipples got hard when Mendoza just lasered that one pass in between three guys, basically a non-existing window, and he ripped it in there. Went 10 of 16, 97 yards and a touchdown. He also ran it 2 times for 6 yards. You know, a couple of the incompletions, he looked like a rookie. But I think all in all, He was a pretty solid performance. And so, Brad, before we get into what I feel like is the debate of the offseason or the debate of training camp, your overall thoughts on Mendoza's unofficial debut for the Raiders?
I give it an A-. If I'm going to, go ahead and grade it using the old school scale. Look, I was highly impressed with him. He delivered, in my opinion, and a guy that lived up to the hype of being the number 1 overall pick. He showed poise. He showed composure. He showed command of the offense. You mentioned that first laser strike that he had. That was his first completion of the game. Tight window, showing a high velocity and just dropping it into the bucket, triple coverage, essentially. There were 3 defenders right around the receiver, and it was an absolute strike of a throw. The touchdown catch and connection they had with Jack Besh on a simple little 4 or 5 yard slant route in the red zone, I saw about 10 gazillion times during his days as an Indiana Hoosier, whether it was Elijah Surratt or Omar Cooper. So that's a play he knows like the back of his hand. So, look, we know how studious he is. We know what he brings to the table in terms of the overall skill set. It's only a matter of time before he is going to be under center and replace Kirk Cousins as a starter. I had said months ago, and you and I disagreed, and of course there's been all kinds of news that has come out in support of your argument that he was going to sit, maybe upwards like 5 weeks to begin the regular season. I argued against that. I thought, well, if you're spending the number 1 overall draft pick on a guy for an organization that, honestly, he's probably not going to win a ton of games this season. And if he goes out there and proves his mettle, proves his overall talents, not only in training camp of the preseason, it's going to be hard to deny putting him under center week 1. Now, I think at the latest, at this point, Pat, I'm curious to get your thoughts on this and whether you revise your timeline at all. I said this before, and I'm going to say it again. Week 3, I think, is when Fernando Mendoza will be inserted into the starting lineup against division rival Kansas City at home. And Viva Las Vegas! They're in the Darth Vader Dome. So, they got a softball matchup in week 1 against the Miami Dolphins, but they're probably going to bring him along slowly. Unless he absolutely lights the world on fire next preseason game. And then they're at the LA Chargers and at the New Orleans Saints. So it seems sensible, no matter how they start the season off, that Vegas will turn to Fernando Mendoza against the Kansas City Chiefs at home in week 4. Again, bravo to him. I thought he was pretty damn awesome for, the most part, about 90% of the time. in his preseason debut last night. So bravo, Fernando Mendoza. You delivered a number one pick overall hype.
Yeah, I mean, I still think it's going to take a little bit more time, though. I think week 4 is too early, and again, you've wanted him to start from the get go. You've wanted him to start week 1. I still think it should be Kirk Cousins. I just think the mental preparation, the mental reps that he can get watching and learning from Kirk Cousins will end up being invaluable. Like, how do you quantify how much more prepared or how much more ready he will be if he has a couple of weeks rather than just getting him in there in week 1. Like, I think the extra mental reps and the extra preparation and going through and the visualizations and going through and learning from Kirk Cousins, I think that will serve Fernando Mendoza better than the extra physical reps of going out there right away in week 1 and playing against, yes, albeit some weak teams on paper, the Dolphins week 1, the Saints week 3, although I know a lot of people are pretty high on the Saints, you're included. They could win the NFC South. But I still think that, it's probably more so for me, week 6, week 7. If you want to get them a home game, it would be week 6 against the Buffalo Bills, who, again, we'll see if that run defense is improved, but we always look for that soft spot, right? And I still say that, look, how much softer of a spot or there's not going to be many soft spots when you play in the AFC West with the schedule they have when they're a weak team. So you want to get them a home game? The softest spot you could get them, the Buffalo Bills with a leaky run defense. That should allow him to lean on Ashton Genty, lean on Mike Washington, who also looked pretty good, and then be able to go from there. And yes, I know week 7's against the Rams. Well, I mean, look, again, this is the NFL, right? There are no soft spots for the Raiders other than week 1 against the Dolphins and week 12 against the Browns or the last couple of weeks of the season. I still think it's probably week 6, week 7. Kirk Cousins should get the first 4 to 5 games. And look, if Kirk Cousins is balling out, then it's going to be pushed back. But I think what is likely to happen is Kirk Cousins is going to start the year out. They'll probably be 1-2 or 2-1, and then he'll probably really struggle against the Chiefs. And then he'll probably really struggle on the road against the Patriots. And at that point, it'll all line up to grease the wheels, to grease the tracks for Fernando Mendoza. But I stay steadfast, Brad, in my thinking and my opinion that the Raiders should start the year with Kirk Cousins as the starter. And in a couple of weeks, or about a month or so, then Mendoza gets his chance.
Yeah, I mean, I could see it. I think if they start off 1-2, again, I'm going to stick to my guns here. He is going to be the man at the controls against the Kansas City Chiefs in week 4. And I also will say this, another takeaway is taken with the Raiders in that game. Jack Besh could be a potential breakout candidate. We're going to see what in kind of chemistry either Kirk Cousins or Fernando Mendoza can build in the early season with Jalen Naylor. We know what Brock Bowers brings to the table, arguably the best tight end in the league. But the other, major takeaway that I had last night, Ashton Genty looked like a badass. He was a battering ram. He looked like the guy that was consistently moving the chains, showing some explosive runs, as we witnessed in his prior stint with the Boise State Broncos at the collegiate level. I mean, he was racking appreciable yak last night, and we know that he is a reliable guy squirting out of the backfield as a pass catcher. So he is going to become the best friend of Fernando Mendoza when his name is indeed called as the starting quarterback, as Genty is a do-it-all back. He's changed his diet in the offseason. That's been well documented. He's got a little bit tighter in terms of the muscular structure. And I think he is going to have a baller shot caller kind of year. So remember him, folks, in fantasy drafts. Genty right now going to the back end of round 1 of 12-team exercises. He could be in the conversation. All the puzzle pieces come together and fit all nice and snug. He could be maybe in the top 5 overall conversation next year. So he really impressed me last night along with Fernando Mendoza.
Yeah. And, on the other side of the coin in that Raiders-Cardinals game, as we start working our way, by the way, 310-840-4910. If you want to get into the mix here, you want to give a call, you want to shoot a text our way, your thoughts on Fernando Mendoza and the quarterback battle, if you will, between him and Kirk Cousins. Who do you want starting week 1 for the Raiders? And if you agree with me that it should be Kirk Cousins, when do you think we see Fernando Mendoza get slotted into the starting quarterback role for the Raiders at one point in this year? 310-840-4910. to mention the other side of that game last night, which was riveting. I mean, it was the highest total on the board. I know it's preseason football, but that's because we had a bunch of starters playing. Brad, Jeremiah Love. Oh, baby. Now, he's got a little bit of an ankle injury, and I think the Cardinals, they're just an abundance of caution after the game. But, man, 11 carries, 58 yards, 3 catches, 14 yards. For a small sample size in his first preseason game, you can basically kind of map that out to what that would look like in a regular season game, where I think like the norm for Jeremiah Love is going to be like 17, 18 carries for 100 yards and another 6 catches for another 50 yards. Like, he didn't do anything to dampen the excitement on his rookie season. Nathaniel Hackett be damned when he's talking about just last week. Well, he's a rookie, and, we've got these other guys on the roster. We still have James Conner, and we still have Tyler Elkins. Enough. Jeremiah Love could be a generational running back, and we saw a glimpse of it last night. It was pretty damn exciting.
Yeah, look, he wasn't facing the 2000 Ravens with 85 Bears first team by any stretch of the imagination, okay? It was the Raiders, and that's probably going to be a bottom, 10, 12 defense in the NFL this season. But yes, the real deal, Holyfield, and this goes to show, folks, never, completely buy into like what a lot of coaches are saying about how guys are going to be utilized and how they're going to be deployed. Watch what they do, ignore generally what they say. And we know, and you know this as a diehard Notre Dame fan, that Jeremiah Love has got a special set of skills, a spectacular set of skills, and we saw it on full display. The shimmy, the shake, the spin moves, the cutback abilities. I mean, he showed every move that he has in the book, whether as a runner or as a receiver. And the other thing, too, is this Arizona offensive line, I think, is going to be better than advertised. A lot of people are just downtrodden on Arizona in general, and understandably so, because that defense is going to be a sieve. They're going to be overly forgiving this entire year. But, you look at Love, I mean, he was getting space. They were creating lanes for him. That 3rd-and-1 run that he had, in which he displayed that killer spin move and getting, another 2 to 3 yards after contact was dynamite. He is a do-it-all, tour de force. There's no question in my mind. And the other thing, too, with Jeremiah Love is this. 14 touches? Like, Mike LaFleur, what the hell were you thinking? Giving your number 1 overall pick 14 touches in a preseason game. All you had to do was play him maybe a series or two and stop.
Oh, you think he played him too much?
Yes, it's asinine. It's ludicrous how much he played him. And of course, he was fortunate to only have maybe a garden variety ankle sprain. As a result, it wasn't something more serious. That to me is inexcusable what LaFleur did, knowing how valuable Love is going to be in this Arizona offense that I think is going to be top half in the NFL. And two, just to break down the snaps, he played 70% of the snaps with Jacoby Brissett on the field. Tyler Algier played 30% of the snap share. So that kind of answers that question. That Love is going to be kind of a light bell cow. But the other key, too, is that Jordan Love played 100% on 3rd down of those snaps, and he played 100% of the red zone snaps as well. For those of you that have been skittish, I don't know about Jeremiah Love. Arizona's going to be so bad. They got Algier. They got Connor. They got other dudes. I can't draft them in fantasy. Take him in round 3. It's been a gift all summer long, you morons. Keep investing in him. He is going to have a stellar year, provided he stays upright and provided Mike LaFleur doesn't run him in the damn ground in the preseason.
310-840-4910. Well, how about that? The dichotomy, though, Brad, of just the last week. You and I were worried about Nathaniel Hackett saying downplaying Jeremiah Love, and then they give him 14 touches last night, which you thought was too much. Yeah. I didn't think it was too much. I mean, come on. The guy should be getting 15 to 20 touches, if not more, per game in the regular season. I mean, come on now. Don't be Aaron Rodgers on me, Brad. Oh, it's not real football. It doesn't matter. I wanted to see it. I wanted to see more Jeremiah Love. And look, sprained ankles are going to happen. He's not more injured than that. He's going to be fine. So I wanted to see more Jeremiah Love. I can't get enough of Jeremiah Love. Play him again in the second game of the preseason or the third game. Give him more touches. I joke, but I get your concern. But
yes,
I mean, I think that's a good I think it's a good sign. It's a good sign of where where they're headed with him this season. 310-840-4910. One other rookie to talk about from last night, because you've been on a high on this guy for the last couple of weeks as well. With an aging 49ers offense, how about Dejon Stribling? 8 targets, 7 catches, 63 yards, including a 32-yard grab. And I know Kyle Shanahan had some nice things to say about him after the game. What did you think of the rookie receiver in this Niners offense with, again, the injury now, which is likely a season-ending injury to Ricky Pearsall, looking for guys to step up? Stribling put a big first impression on the board last night.
Yeah, and straight away, I mean, one of the first catches that he had in the game, I think it was the second catch of the game, was that 32-yarder up the right sideline. Rourke threw an absolute dime to him, but the body adjustment to rotate his frame around and to catch it with his hands and be able to stay in bounds while defenders draped all over him, man, that just stood out. That was outstanding. That was like, okay, the hype is for real, for real. We got to buy into it right now. He was running every single route in the tree. He's got elite speed. He can play anywhere on the field. The fact that this guy slipped to the second round is kind of mind-blowing in my estimation, given the depth that we saw at wide receiver in this year's NFL draft. Like, how does a guy of this talent, was able to last that long into the NFL draft? He played at Ole Miss, so he didn't play for the Sisters of the Motherless Poor. I mean, he played at an esteemed university, one that was in the playoff last season. I mean, he's just so impressive. Mike Evans ain't a young man anymore. Hopefully he's going to be able to stay healthy, my cousin, and be able to get it done, but it would not remotely shock me. This may sound like a hot take. This may sound like, oh, Brad, you're a hostage of the moment. Sue me if I am. But I will go on record right now, and this shouldn't be an extension of the go-go gadget arm and a severe reach. Like, my arm is not going to be in a sling after I say this. He will be the most productive San Francisco 49er wide receiver this season. And you're getting him for absolutely nothing still in fantasy football drafts. He'll probably rise a couple of rounds after last night and based on some of the hype that is out there. But, you got a bunch of dumbasses in your league and they're all half asleep at the wheel, and he'll probably slip in the double-figure rounds. That's a guy that if you draft him, you're probably going to start him more often than not. Minimum 70 to 75 grabs for the distributor. He's going to jumpstart your fantasy roster if you take him this year.
310-840-4910. So any and all of your thoughts on the rookies from last night, the top performances, but also getting back to what we started with, Fernando Mendoza, who again, 10 of 16 for just under 100 yards through his first touchdown pass in a Raiders uniform. What do you think? Did he do enough to convince you that he should be QB1 to start the season over Kirk Cousins? I say no. Brad's been saying for most of the offseason he wants Mendoza in there right away. We want to hear from you. 310-840-4910. You're listening to BetMGM tonight. We're sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. All right, when we come back, we will preview the 3 games tonight. That's right, baby. More preseason football coming up at the top of the hour. Woo! Broncos, Falcons, Buccaneers, Jets, and Dolphins, Commanders. And we got juicy storylines coming out of each game. We'll preview them. We'll break them down. We'll get you set. 310-840-4910. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
How fans are. They're going to look at what Drew Aller did last night for your Steelers. They're going to look at, Joe Burrow, even though he's Joe Burrow, having an efficient night, and, Fernando Mendoza with a nice drive, getting the Raiders into the end zone, and people are going to overreact to it. I'm going to hold off on that, but and see how the rest of the preseason and training camp develops. But by and large, that was not exactly an inspiring, stellar performance by Cam Ward last night. And the book on Cam Ward has always been, look, he's not going to be a 70, 75% completion guy. That's just not his game. But he does have the arm talent. He does have the moxie. He's a tough kid. And the hope is that, Dable can kind of harness him a little bit and get him to make some big plays and not make as many mistakes.
And immediately I see people posting, when's he going to take Rodgers' job? He's not. He's not even going to be the number 2 this year, I wouldn't think. It's great that Drew Aller had a wonderful first game in the preseason for the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's great. I'm happy for the kid. I'm personally a Steelers fan myself, I hope he does end up being that dude. Does end up being the next guy. I'd love to see that. But can we pump the brakes on when are the Steelers going to have to put Aller in? Well, it's one preseason game.
I do think that I'm reading into it, and I thought back in January from some of the texts that we got the day they hired Todd that we knew that he had seen something in Deshaun Watson he wanted to work with, and so I told everybody to brace themselves because there's not a lot of Deshaun Watson fans here in Cleveland. They don't really like him that much, and I had to deliver the bad news to brace ourselves to get ready for this coming season. I'm not trying to have a confirmation bias here, but I think we really need to get ready for Deshaun Watson to start the year.
BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans returns now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text, and we got a bunch of texts to get to here in just a second. 310-840-4910. But first, are you looking for bigger potential payouts? Use your BetMGM Any Sport Parlay Boost token to increase the odds on an eligible parlay and take your wager to the next level. Here's how it works. Opt into the promotion, claim your Parlay Boost token, apply it to an eligible parlay wager across supported sports, and if your boosted parlay wins, you'll receive an enhanced payout. Build it. Boost it. BetMGM it. All right, we're going to get to the 3 preseason games coming up tonight in just a bit, but we've got a bunch of text messages coming through. Let's start with our guy Antoine the Mailman in Tacoma, Washington. He texts in, not a Bills fan, but when you guys did your preview of the Bills, did you know that they were switching from a 4-3 to a 3-4? Does that change your outlook on how they will do this season? I did know that they were changing because they've got a new defensive coordinator in Jim Leonard. And so that is the defense that he was running with the Denver Broncos. And so, yes, look, I mean, 4-3, 3-4, the Bear, the 46, right? All the different formations, the defensive base alignments that you could freaking use. I remember toggling through all them when I would be playing Madden. Hey, look, can they stop the run, right? Can they freaking stop the run this year? That's all that matters. And so I'm not so – we'll see. We'll see. I think just going off of the success that Jim Leonard had with the Broncos defense over the last couple of years and the changes that the Bills made, you know, bringing in some players for that new front seven. Yeah, look, they've got to be able to stay healthy. Matt Milano was one of the best run-tackling linebackers for the last couple of years, but could not stay healthy. He's no longer on the team. So it's just, can they freaking stop the run? I mean, it's the big question mark, right? I mean, I'm not going to confidently say that they will one way or another because for all the shortcomings of Sean McDermott and that defense, they were always great with their zone coverage and limiting the passing attack. They were always in the top 5, top 10 at worst in passing yards allowed per game because they kept everything in front, that soft zone defensive shell. But that's how you beat the Bills defense. You ran all over them. So I don't know. Brad, you confident one way or another that the Bills defense with the new scheme and the new base under Jim Leonard is going to work?
I mean, it's worth a try. I mean, they only really have one direction to go, and that is hopefully up if you're a diehard Buffalo Bills fan. I mean, honestly, the key is health of that defensive line. Ed Oliver is absolutely vital. The fact that he missed, majority of last season, they become ultra vulnerable when he is not in uniform and on the field because the guy is a man-eater. Cue the Hall & Oates there in the background. So it doesn't matter if it's 4-3, 3-4. Ed Oliver has got to be healthy. And the Bills, they got to be able to galvanize in the trenches and plug gaps. If they get steamrolled early on in the season, it's going to be the same tired story. Can't stop the run, which makes the back end of the defense equally vulnerable.
Yep. And again, certain guys that you should have your eye on, Bradley Chubb, who they brought in via free agency, be an immediate leader for that new 3-4 front. They signed CJ Gardner-Johnson, versatility, veteran in the backfield. D. Alford, who's going to be one of that key starting nickel positions. And then edge rushers like TJ Parker, one of their draft picks, and Michael Dana to, again, be able to stop the run and keep that defense from costing them games. Let's get to another text here. Adrian from Maryland texts in, there is no reason to start Mendoza. Stick with the plan. This is why so many top 5 QBs bust, because we try to speed up the process. I agree, but Brad, I will play devil's advocate. I'm on the same side as Adrian from Maryland, but I know that Brandon Combs, our producer, has mentioned in the last couple of days, look at all the number 1 overall picks. Look at all the look at all the rookie quarterbacks, Jaden Daniels, CJ Stroud.
Yep.
That got thrown in there in the mix right away and had immediate success. Well, again, I think when you have good organizational structure, that's one thing. If you get a new offensive coordinator that gels with that quarterback, that's another thing. And sometimes things just line up in your favor. But again, the Raiders, they have not been a good organization, but now they've got a great young head coach that I like in Clint Kubiak. You've got a quarterback that he's learning from in Kirk Cousins. You've got decent weapons, Bowers, Genty. Still, I do not like that receiving core. So again, I just think in this particular situation, you brought in Kirk Cousins. It makes sense to go with Kirko Chains for the first couple of weeks.
I think you got to take it on a case-by-case basis. And the biggest key is how strong is an individual between the ears. And I can tell you this, Fernando Mendoza may be the strongest quarterback I've seen in a number of years in terms of his mental acuity. Ooh, there's a fancy word, Evans. I went to college. That's why I think he's a guy that will have instant success when you plug and play him in, because he just grinds. He works his tail off digesting film and then putting it in practice. So it doesn't matter if he starts in week 1. It doesn't matter if he starts week 4, which I think is when he will get his first snaps under center against Kansas City in the regular season. Pat thinks it's going to be a little bit later. It won't matter. It's all going to be water under the bridge when he is inserted lineup. And I tell you this, Fernando Mendoza, whether he's starting in week 1, week 6, week 15, is going to be highly productive when given the opportunity.
310-840-4910. Let's get to one more text. Our guy Neil from Vancouver, who says, "What's up, boys? Streaming you guys and watching from a bar in Manhattan Beach, California." Oh, man, if that ain't the freaking dream. Neil then adds, "Going to Dodgers versus Brewers tomorrow. Mizorowski versus Robleski. Take the under." Yeah, I mean, Neil, have yourself a freaking day. Have yourself a freaking weekend, my friend. That's for damn sure. And Brad, any thoughts on what Neil said? And then also, I think we have a tweet that came through as well, right?
Yeah, I think that number is going to be what, 6.5? I mean, it's the Miz. All he does is miss bats, and that game being played in L.A., Robleski is a little bit different hurler at home. He's not been as good compared to away. I think he has won like 7 of 12 road starts. So that's something to consider as well. But yeah, it should be like a 2-1,
7.5
kind of finish. Oh my God, yes. You know what? Daddy won. Daddy. Daddy gotta have it. I am Sledgehammer the Underrated. Let's go a little bigger camera on a Friday. 7.5, Pat. Am I bad bleeping crazy to be Sledgehammer?
I mean, how much
saying hello to our little friend on the under? That's got to go on.
Well, how much lower you think it would go? I mean, I can't remember the last time I seen a 6.5 in the regular season game.
Oh, I've seen a couple of 6.5s. I've seen a 6 this year. When I think it was a game at Wrigley when the wind was howling in and was about like 60 degrees outside. And I think that game finished like 1-0, 2-1, something like that. So yeah, I mean, it happens on occasion, but 7.5, that happens multiple times every single week. That number's too high. Under.
Okay. All right. Well, there you go. As Curtis, at Neil's discretion and at Brad's sledgehammering, they're going to be on the under with the Dodgers Brewers tomorrow. 310-840-4910. We got some games to get to, though, tonight. Kicking off all in 30 minutes. We'll be giving you live updates on them, going to every break and coming out of every break and discussing them when something big happens. 3 preseason games tonight, Brad. Let's start with arguably the juiciest one, and that is the reigning AFC West champion Denver Broncos in Atlanta at Mercedes-Benz Stadium to take on the Falcons. And the scouting report of who we know is going to play from both these head coaches, Sean Payton and Kevin Stefanski, is that the Denver starters are going to play about 15 snaps. And I think the exact wording Stefanski gave was Falcon starters are going to play about a series or 10 plays, whatever comes first. So you're going to have Tua under center. Expect to see Bijan Robinson. Expect to see Drake London, Kyle Pitts. And for Denver, yes, it's their starters, with the exception of Bo Nix, recovering from the offseason ankle surgery. I think Sean Payton did say he's going to play some in this preseason, but not tonight. So it'll be Jarrett Stidham, who started that AFC Championship game, and we should see Cortland Sutton, the newest Bronco, Jalen Waddle, J.K. Dobbins, again for about a series or 2. So, Brad, your players to watch in this Broncos-Falcons game.
Obviously, it's Tua Tagovailoa. It looks like he could, go out there, maybe impress on a drive, maybe 2 drives. We'll see. And it's one step closer for him to secure the starting gig week 1 for the Atlanta Falcons on the road against the Pittsburgh Steelers. And on the Denver side of things, let's talk a little ILL, the guy that is all the talk of Broncos training camp. I got a number of friends that work in the media business that are boots on the ground, that are beat writers in that market, because I lived there for 7 years, and all they have done is sent me texts all week long, and I'm not lying, I'm not making this up. Pat Bryant is awesome, dude. Pat Bryant is maybe the player of training camp, the star of training camp. If you saw Kay Adams show up at Adams, interviewing Sean Payton was continuously gushing about Pat Bryant. He could be a breakout sensation this year. So I'm going to see how he's going to be deployed. I know, a lot of the schemes are very vanilla, but Pat Bryant, he shows up, shows out. It's only going to build even higher the hype that is coming out of Dove Valley right now.
Yeah, I feel you on that one. I'm obviously also looking forward to see Tua Tagovailoa and his first unofficial snaps as an Atlanta Falcon with that offense. Brett, I've been saying if Penix is ready to go, if he's cleared for 11-on-11 practice at any point before September 1, I want to see Michael Penix because I think he's the better quarterback. So I'm excited to see how Tua does with Penix kind of lurking, hopefully not far away from being cleared for full bore. And then the other player I'm going to see tonight is Evan Engram, because coming off of a real disappointing season a year ago, partly didn't get on the field nearly much as we thought he was going to because of his inferior run blocking skills. I've heard it 2 or 3 times during camp that Evan Engram has been more involved in the running game and as a blocker during training camp. And so remember, he's going to be the Joker. He's going to be the Joker role. After he had a great season with the Jaguars in 2023, then he got hurt in 2024, only played half the season, came to Denver, again, thought he was going to be a big player, only had 50 catches, less than 500 yards, only 1 touchdown. I'm excited to see if Evan Engram's role expands this year, because if he is able to find those highs that he had in Jacksonville, then we're talking about how can this Broncos offense improve? Yes, Bo Nix, but man, if Evan Engram can play like he did 2 years ago in Jacksonville, then this Broncos offense could be real freaking scary. So I'm excited to watch Double E and how he plays tonight in the limited series that he gets. All right, let's move on to the next game. The Buccaneers at MetLife Stadium to take on the New York Jets. Not a whole lot to look forward to on Tampa Bay's side. They are not expected to play really any starters. And Aaron Glenn said, quote, everybody going to play. Jets offense and defense starters, but we'll see limited time, because he did then follow that up and say, we expect to give them about 25 to 30 reps throughout the entire preseason. So I would probably think that's probably going to be split amongst the 2 games, and then they probably won't play anybody in that last game. So again, maybe about a series or 2. And so Geno Smith, the rest of this Jets offense, Brad, who are you interested in watching tonight in this Buccaneers-Jets game?
Yeah, on a related note, we got breaking news that came off the wire just a few minutes ago from Adam Schefter that Emeka Egbuka, the standout wide receiver for the Buccaneers, met with a specialist today on his injured toe. We don't know what came of it, but anytime somebody goes and sees a specialist, that is not bueno, to say the least. So that kind of plays into the player I want to watch is Ted Hurst. Speedster, wide receiver for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I think he's going to see some time with the second squad. J.M. McMillan's been banged up as well. So, if Egbuka were to miss, and God forbid, I hope this doesn't happen, any kind of time, maybe Ted Hurst stands a benefit, becoming a possible key cog in that offense downfield for Baker, the touchdown maker, and then Braylon Allen as well. I've always been intrigued by the RB2 on this Jets roster. Big body guy, absolutely yoked. He doesn't skip bicep day. He doesn't skip leg day. He skips no days in the gym. He is built like a tank. He is a wrecking ball. Yes, Breece Hall is going to be the primary running back of choice for Aaron Glenn in this offense. But Braylon Allen, I'm curious to see how he looks running with the second team and maybe trying to, siphon away 8 to 10 touches per game. So Ted Hurst, wide receiver Tampa, Braylon Allen, running back the Jets. Only 2 guys I kind of care about. But there's one guy that you're about to mention that I'm also interested in seeing. Who is it?
Yeah, well, just really quickly on Braylon Allen, the reports out of training camp for him is that he is up to 250 pounds, more than 10 pounds heavier than he was out at last year. So
muscle.
He is
muscle.
Yeah, he is trying. He's trying to be the next Derrick Henry and that goal line big monster body back that the Jets can rely on. I had some high hopes for him in his rookie season, and he had some decent time. And then last year, again, gets injured and gets knocked out for the season in week 4 in a game that he fumbled in. So that was really unfortunate. Hopefully Braylon Allen is going to step back and bounce back in a big way this year like you are hoping for. For me, it's Mason Taylor. It's the who should be starting the year as the starting tight end for the New York Jets, because Kenyon Sadiq, the guy that we love out of Oregon, who they just drafted, we're still recovering from a sports hernia. And the latest update on him a couple days ago is that he's doing mobility work. He's improved enough to jog on the sidelines while observing practice. That doesn't sound great for his ability to be ready to go for week one. So you probably will see Mason Taylor, who they just drafted in the second round last year. Only had 369 yards and a touchdown last season, but did have some bright spots. Missed the last 4 games of the season with an injury, so maybe could have gotten above more than 500 yards receiving for the season if he stayed healthy. But he's got to prove it right from the get-go here, Brad, because if he is not performing, once Kenyon Sadiq's healthy, see ya, right? I mean, he's going to go right to the bench, and you're going to see way more Kenyon Sadiq ready to blast off in his rookie season. So if Mason Taylor wants to hold on to that starting tight end job, I think he better prove it tonight. And then the other player I'm looking forward to is one of the other rookies on this Jets offense, and that is Mr. Omar Cooper. Their first-round draft pick, number 30 overall, the third pick they made in the first round coming out of Indiana. We saw him with just under 1,000 yards and 13 touchdowns a season ago for the national champion winning Hoosiers. I cannot wait to watch Omar Cooper because we know Garrett Wilson is the undisputed number one receiver. After that, it's anybody's game. They brought in A.D. Mitchell last year. It's a guy that's had, dropping problems and a lack of focus, it seems, for a lot of the times. And they've got a bunch of other unknown commodities in that Jets offense. Isaiah Williams is another one, a 25-year-old that's kind of bounced around some squads so far in his NFL career and has not been able to make an impact. So I cannot wait to watch Omar Cooper. Finally, Brad, in 60 seconds or less, Commanders, Dolphins, our guess is really nobody's going to play for Washington. We know Jaden Daniels is not going to. Has nothing to do with the fact that LSU gave away his number 5 jersey. For Miami, Jeff Hafley, new head coach, intends to play the starters, but we don't know how long. So who are you looking forward to watching in this game?
Who the hell's got to catch the ball from Miami? That's all I care about. Is it going to be Chris Bell? Is it going to be Caleb Douglas? Is it going to be your guy, Malik Washington? Is it going to be Jalen Tolbert? Maybe Greg Dulcich? Who is Malik Willis going to try to build an instant rapport with? That's all I'm looking for.
Sorry, I was muted. Yeah, and I want to see who could be his number one guy, Malik Washington. So the Malik to Malik connection could be a big one in Miami this year if they have any dreams of winning a couple of football games this season. 310-840-4910. We'll take a break. When we come back, we're going to go streaking. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
and you know how fans are. They're going to look at what Drew Aller did last night for your Steelers. They're going to look at, Joe Burrow, even though he's Joe Burrow, having an efficient night, and, Fernando Mendoza with a nice drive, getting the Raiders into the end zone, and people are going to overreact to it. I'm going to hold off on that, but and see how the rest of the preseason and training camp develops. But by and large, that was not exactly an inspiring, stellar performance by Cam Ward last night. And the book on Cam Ward has always been, look, he's not going to be a 75% completion guy. That's just not his game. But he does have the arm talent. He does have the moxie. He's a tough kid. And the hope is that, Dable can kind of harness him a little bit and get him to make some big plays and not make as many mistakes.
And immediately I see people posting, when's he going to take Rodgers' job? He's not. He's not even going to be the number 2 this year, I wouldn't think. It's great that Drew Aller had a wonderful first game in the preseason for the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's great. I'm happy for the kid. I'm personally a Steelers fan myself, I hope he does end up being that dude. Does end up being the next guy. I'd love to see that. But can we pump the brakes on when are the Steelers going to have to put Aller in? Well, it's one preseason game.
Red Zone Energy. Real-time reaction. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join is 310-840-4910. Had a bunch of great texts last segment. You want to call, you want to text, 310-840-4910. Crack! That's the sound of the bat hitting the baseball and a reward being dropped into your account. Take a swing each day in our free-to-play game. If you get a hit, you'll score a reward, depending on whether your hit was a single, double, triple, or home run. This game is exclusively available at BetMGM. Here's how it works. You play as the batter and select an area of the strike zone. If you get a hit, you win a prize. You could win a $50 bonus bet, an odds boost token, a parlay boost token, or a same-game parlay boost token. All right, baby, it's just past 6:45 p.m. Eastern. You know what that means, especially on a Friday. Take your top off and let's go streaking!
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're good streaking! Yeah! All right. All right. You know how it goes. Everybody on the crew picks a batter that they think will correctly get a hit. And so I don't know. Yeah, we're racing to see who's going to have the best average at the end of the season. Things are tight. Brad right now is the king with just under 77% of all his picks this made correct. Monty's right behind him. He's made one pick behind him. He's like a half a game back. I'm in third, not too far behind. Combs in fourth, but we all are at least at 74% or better. I'm the longest active streaker at 3. I took Bryce Turang yesterday, not knowing that he wasn't going to play. So let's run it back, baby. Give me the polar bear. Pete Alonso, first time in his career batting leadoff tonight. And the O's are on the road. Yeah, give me 5 ABs from Pete going up against Steven Matz, who hopefully is a doormat tonight. Pete Alonso, 4 for 10 lifetime off of him with a home run. Matz in just 62 innings this year has given up 57 hits. But he's got an ERA of 5.46. So I really like the polar bear tonight, baby. And by the way, I should mention, he's probably only going to get one at bat off of Steven Matz because he has essentially been operating out of the bullpen for the last several months. I don't know if this is going to be an elongated start for him, but either way, Big Pete's in the lineup and he's in the leadoff spot. I love it. Give me Alonso to get a knock. Brad, who you going with?
I'm going to go with a nasty gnat. That being C.J. Abrams going to take a bite of the Big Apple in New York, taking on the Metropolitans, a guy that's gotten a hit in 7 of his last 9 games, batting .297 against right-handed pitchers, also hitting .311 in the last 30 days. He's batting .400 against the Mets this season. He's going to go up against Rob Stock, who just got inserted into the rotation, who's given up over a 1,100 OPS to left-handed hitters, which Abrams is. He's also Stock, giving up over a 10 ERA in 2 rotation turns. So C.J. Abrams, take me streaking to numero tres.
All righty, there we go. And we go from a couple of active streakers to a couple of guys looking to start some streaks. It's been slow bucks recently for the rest of this crew. Let's hope they pick it up tonight. Producer Brandon Combs went over with Brandon Nimmo last night. Combs, get back in that saddle, baby. Who you got tonight?
Might not have gotten a hit last night, but at least I picked somebody who wasn't hurt. All right, I'm going to go with Bobby Witt Jr. of the Kansas City Royals. They're facing the Angels. Grayson Rodriguez has allowed 63 hits and 55 innings pitched. Not very good, and Bobby Witt Jr. kills the Angels. His last 10 games against the Angels, he's batting .350 with 14 hits, 2 home runs, and 6 RBIs. That sounds to me like a recipe to get me off the schneid.
There we go. All right, and we go to our VP, our video producer, Monty, a.k.a. Michael Montgomery, the owner and operator of batters-box.com, who is trying to hopefully get back into first place, but it's been an offer for 2 straight nights for Monty. Monty, who's the pick tonight?
It's terrible. I'm going back to my Monday pick, Tyler Soderstrom. He's on a 10-game hit streak, and hopefully will get me back on the streak. 5th highest-rated hitter on my board tonight, batters-box.com. Elite matchup against Kumar Rocker, who has struggled against lefties all season. They're hitting .293 with an .865 OPS, nearly 50% hard hit rate this season against Rocker. 2 trends I like: 32 games with an elite rating for Soderstrom, getting a hit 72% of the time. And then Rocker has faced 66 hitters with an elite rating, 68% of them getting a hit. So love both of those trends. And then finally, 5-star pitch mix rating for Soderstrom tonight, hitting well against 95% of Rocker's typical pitch mix to left-handed hitters. Plus the great ballpark. If Soderstrom doesn't get it done for me tonight, then I'm cursed.
Rocker. I barely know her. All right, finally, let's go to Lee, our guy Lee DeLapp in our Westwood One Studios. Lee, in 20 seconds or less, brother, who you got tonight?
Well, just like me being 0 for 2 in the last 2 games, I'm going with Jake McCarthy for the Rockies, batting lefty versus righty against Logan Webb. He's batting leadoff, but he has been doing .355 versus Logan for his career. So go ahead and give me Jake McCarthy to get back on the board and get me going streaking.
Bang. All right, real quick, Brad. Alonso, C.J. Abrams, Bobby Witt Jr., Tyler Soderstrom, Jake McCarthy. Of all 5 guys, get a hit. What are the odds with our friends at BetMGM?
A cool plus 421 as always. Fade or follow, that is up to you.
It's a big weekend in baseball. We'll break it down next on BetMGM tonight.
I do think that I'm reading into it, and I thought back in January from some of the texts that we got the day they hired Todd that we knew that he had seen something in Deshaun Watson he wanted to work with, and so I told everybody to brace themselves because there's not a lot of Deshaun Watson fans here in Cleveland. They don't really like him that much, and I had to deliver the bad news to brace ourselves to get ready for this coming season. I'm not trying to have a confirmation bias here, but I think we really need to get ready for Deshaun Watson to start the year.
your live game night huddle, while the action unfolds live, loud in the game. It's BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 2 of your weekend starter. This Friday program kicks off right now. Don't forget, you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Fun first hour, in case you missed it and you're just joining us. Here's what we talked about. Fernando Mendoza's debut for the Las Vegas Raiders last night, 10 of 16, 97 yards, and a touchdown to Jack Besh. Also ran it twice for 6 yards. And so does that heat up the debate that the Raiders should start Mendoza week 1? Me and Brad have been debating all offseason. I think it should be Kirk Cousins for about 4 to 5 games. Unless he's playing really damn good, and then you keep Kirk Cousins in there. My thinking is, though, that Kirk Cousins will probably be the quarterback he's been for the last year and a half, and that's average, mediocre. And then it'll be Mendoza time. Brad wants the number 1 overall pick to be in there right away. So last night, does that accelerate the timeline for Fernando Mendoza? We want to hear from you. 310-840-4910. We also got you set for the 3 preseason games that are about to be kicking off right now. Broncos-Falcons. You'll have Tua under center for Atlanta. All the Denver starters, except for Bo Nix, are going to play for about a series or 2. We got the Buccaneers at the Jets. No starters playing for Tampa. Everybody, and that's according to Aaron Glenn, is going to play for the New York Jets. And then you got the Dolphins and the Washington Commanders. Not a whole lot of starters for Washington expected to play, including Jaden Daniels. But Jeff Hafley, new Dolphins head coach, intends to play his starters. We don't know how long. So we'll get you updated on all those games as they get going. We also just went streaking last segment, so get aboard if you want to join the fun. 310-840-4910. Brad, we got a big weekend in baseball here that has already begun, and I think just as we should take a deep dive into some of the big series, one of them is in that ever-changing and still it feels like ever remaining the same race for the AL Central, where the Chicago White Sox go into the weekend still in first place. They've been there for several weeks now at 62-58. You got the Detroit Tigers, post Tarek Skubal, hanging around, playing some of their best baseball of the season, 2.5 games back. The Minnesota Twins are 3.5 back, and the Guardians are 4 games back. And tonight, it's the White Sox and the Tigers for the first of 3. And the White Sox already with a 1-0 lead in Detroit thanks to a Montgomery, not Michael Montgomery, not Monty. No, a Braden Montgomery RBI single that has the White Sox up 1-0. The pitching matchup in that game, a couple of guys that have been really, really good, albeit in minimal opportunities. Jackson Jobe, one of the young, promising future names for the Tigers. His second big league start tonight, coming off of a 5-inning, 1-hit masterpiece against the Giants. Meanwhile, it is Sean Newcomb for the White Sox, who has mostly been an opener for them this year, and that is the expectation tonight again. But, Brad, this is number 1 versus number 2 in the AL Central here. Do you think the White Sox are going to hang on down the stretch, or do you think Detroit, much after they collapsed last year, do they flip the script without Tarek Skubal and make a big push here? What do you think about this series here this weekend?
Yeah, forget Tigers. More like the Detroit fire-breathing Dragons because they have been so scorching hot here over the last couple of weeks. Case in point, searching some of the data out there on Fangraphs over that 2-week span, Detroit number 1 in Major League Baseball and WRC+. That offense has been firing all cylinders, even without Riley Green, who is on the IL right now. And they're also numero uno in team ERA over that span with the mark at just 2.10. It's kind of crazy trading their ace and Skubal to the Dodgers there at the deadline, but they've gotten better in terms of their production on the bump. You look at Chicago, no slouches offensively, and the bats are going to have to wrap as fiery as Detroit's have here in the last couple of weeks if they're going to, stay atop in this division and win this series. They are number 12, are the Southsiders in WRC Plus over the last couple of weeks. But that pitching staff, kind of suspect. I mean, Davis Martin has really taken a step back. He honestly should be demoted to the bullpen right now. Sean Newcomb, we'll see how he performs over the long haul tonight. As a collective, they're only number 17 in team ERA for the last couple of weeks. The one guy that has really impressed me on the mound for Chicago has been Sean Burke. That guy is K per nine has skyrocketed. He's making the right pitches. He's painting corners. He's missing bats. He's blowing guys away. He's going to have, a huge opportunity to show his stuff against Anderson and this Detroit lineup on Sunday. That's the matchup I can't wait to see more than any of these three matchups. So for me, I think Detroit will ultimately take this series 2-1 and chip away at that, slim lead that the White Sox have. And I think when push comes to shove down the stretch, I think I'm already on record for saying this. So let's double down on it. Detroit catches the White Sox and probably, again, in the post-Skubal era, and cements their playoff spot down the home stretch. That's my belief, and I'm sticking to it.
I agree with you. I agree. I mean, that would be so baseball, wouldn't it? They trade away Tarek Skubal and then win the division without him. And again, a year after they collapsed, what was that, a 14-game, 15-game lead to the Guardians? So, look, for more importantly, though, I think it's two offenses heading in the opposite direction. You mentioned the pitching staff, which, by the way, the Tigers shut out the Guardians yesterday without a strikeout. First time in Major League Baseball in 12 years that a team did that. But no, it's the offenses heading in different directions. You look at the Tigers. Since the All-Star break, they're hitting 271 as a team with a 780 OPS. The White Sox hitting just 227 and OPS under 700, and it's their main contributors that have struggled. Murakami, he was struggling. He had that hamstring injury going into the All-Star break. He is only starting to heat up now, but some of their other big guys, Colson, Montgomery, Michael's cousin, OPS under 600 since the All-Star break, striking out a ton. Benintendi, who has been kind of that flat, like 250 hitter the whole year, hasn't really risen or dropped his game, but they need him to step up. And then, Braden Montgomery, who does have the RBI for them, also OPS under 700. And same thing with Miguel Vargas, who we were wondering, like, wow, this is the guy that the Dodgers thought they had. He's hitting under 200 here since the All-Star break, so not great. Meanwhile, you look at Detroit's offense, Dylan Dingler, 7 bombs, 21 ribbies since the All-Star break. Torkelson hitting 315. McGonigal hitting 296. How you Lee, their second baseman, how you doing? He's doing pretty well, just hitting just under 300. And Eduardo Valencia, who's been splitting time at catcher, he's got an OPS over 1,100. So this lineup for Detroit is getting hot at the right time. They're pitching well. Yeah, like you said it, Brad. I think the White Sox, they have been kind of just hovering. It feels like the foundation's cracking below them. I think Detroit's going to ultimately catch them and win the Central.
Yeah, look, the White Sox got a very bright future, man. That's a young team. The cohesive core with Munetaka Murakami and Colson Montgomery and the other Montgomery and Vargas. I mean, there's some young bats in there, and they're going to be in the conversation in this division, I think, for the better part of the next, 4 to 6 years. So maybe, they haven't really reached their quite full potential yet. In fact, they haven't. I think it's a bit shocking that Chicago at this late on the calendar is got a 2.5 game lead in that division. Very few saw coming. Even Southsiders, like the fans, if you went to Rate Field there in Chicago and interviewed a ton of them, he took like 20 or 25 street interviews with the fans walking in on opening day. At that venue, they'll be like, hey, is this team a playoff team or not? I bet probably less than half would have said, oh, yeah, definitely going to be a playoff team. So it is a bit surprising, but I think, as you mentioned, there are cracks in the dam that start to leak water. Detroit is so stinking white hot, and they're so incredibly balanced here over the last 3 to 4 weeks. If that play continues, they will not be stopped in taking this division.
We agree. That's great. 310-840-4910. Me and Brad think the Tigers come back and catch the White Sox in the AL Central. What say you? 310-840-4910. Let's move on to a series that started last night, and boy, did it provide us with some freaking fireworks. The two best teams in the National League, the Brewers and the Dodgers, and the LA Dodgers had a 4-2 lead going into the top of the ninth, and that is when disaster struck. With Edwin Diaz on the mound, you had a Jackson Chourio RBI single, then a Mitchell RBI single, and then they brought in Vesia, and it was Jake Bauers with an RBI single. 3 runs in the top of the ninth. The Brewers stunned the Dodgers 5-4 in the first of a 4-game series. The matchup coming up tonight is Yoshi Yamamoto going up against Robert Gasser. But, Brad, I know as a Cubs fan, that probably was a very, very sour way to either go to bed, or if you caught it this morning when you woke up, it was a sour way to wake up. But, man, the Dodgers had another half a game there in the Cubbies' favor, and they couldn't do it.
Truth be told, I was rounding up animals 2 by 2 last night because it was just torrential downpour, one cell after another. Training effect for you meteorologists in training that are out there at the Casa de Evans locale in the Central ILL. So my dog got me up at roughly 3:45 a.m. I'm not lying to you. I checked the radar first before I went and slept down the couch downstairs so my wife could sleep in our bed, and I chilled out with a pup. And then I checked the final score of that Dodgers-Brewers game and immediately got pissed off. I mean, my Cubs, it's just like, all right, we're chipping away at this thing. Brewers are starting to falter, and I just need LA to do me a solid. And they're just showing weaknesses that they have basically exhibited the last couple of weeks. I mean, let me give the case in point. Last 2 weeks of Major League Baseball, Dodgers are only number 20 in WRC plus with Shohei Ohtani, Pages, Freddie Freeman, all those bats. They have Teoscar Hernandez, Mookie Betts. The list goes on and on and on, that $300+ million roster. But what's most humiliating, most embarrassing, most inexcusable about the LA Dodgers, the last couple of weeks, number 25 in team ERA with a 4.80 mark. Obviously, pitching has been a strength of Milwaukee all year long. The bats haven't been rapping all that great for Milwaukee. They're only number 21 in WRC plus the last couple of weeks. But this seems like a get-right spot for the Dodgers because they got their ace on the mound. And Yoshi Yamamoto, I think he's going to go a solid 7 innings. And as long as the bullpen doesn't swallow a stick of dynamite, they're going to take the game tonight. They're probably going to lose it tomorrow because of Mizorowski being on the mound for Milwaukee. And we'll see what they do in the rubber match on Sunday. But I guess push comes to shove because my bias is bleeding through. I need the Dodgers to come through. Cubs that take care of business against their arch rival St. Louis Cardinals. But tonight, I think the Dodgers score at least one victory. And I say, fingers and toes crossed, they take the series 2-1 over the weekend.
Well, 4 games, so hopefully 3-1 if you're looking for 3 Dodgers wins in a row.
There's a 4th game.
Really quickly, aside here, NFL preseason update. Broncos went right down the field, scored a touchdown on the first drive against the Falcons. Brad, on the first play, your guy Pat Bryant, 15-yard catch. Later in that drive, 40-yard hookup between Jarrett Stidham and Cortland Sutton, and then it was Adam Prentice, 1-yard touchdown run. That had to have been a tush-push, right? Isn't Adam Prentice a tight end for the Broncos, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think
so either
correct.
way, Broncos on the board 7-0. And then in the Jets-Buccaneers game, Tampa Bay went 3 and out. They had, who is Tampa Bay starting at quarterback? Because their drive literally lasted 5 seconds, it felt like. Connor Bazelak, or however you say his last name, the rookie from Bowling Green, or the second-year quarterback from Bowling Green. I thought the Jets were starting Geno Smith. They're not. It's Cade Klubnik. And so far, Klubnik's 4 for 4 for 35 yards. Garrett Wilson just made an absurd 21-yard catch over the middle in traffic. And Mason Taylor, Brad, who we talked about, he's already got 2 catches for 19 yards. So pretty good start for Cade Klubnik. Pretty good start for Mason Taylor. And there you go. Jets and the Buccaneers are scoreless, and then the Dolphins and the Commanders are scoreless as well. And Miami's still on their first drive. Malik Willis quarterbacking. Devon Achan's already got 3 carries for 24 yards. So I
Get
know
him
they
out of
said
the
40.
game!
Yeah,
Pull him!
I know they said 40 touches in a regular season game, but yeah, this is the preseason. This is one area where I would agree with you, Brad. Please, that's probably enough touches for Devon Achan. Yeah, just going back to the Dodgers and the Brewers here, and the overarching conversation is still going to be about Shohei Ohtani. Can he win the NL MVP over your guy, Pete Crow Armstrong? When do we see Ohtani back again on the mound? And does this Dodgers slump that they've kind of been going through now for the better part of, 2 weeks? Just going back to when this losing started, you could even track it to the last game against the Mets, and then they dropped another game to Seattle. They were 67-38 at one point, so 6-11 in their last 17 games. You want to shorten up that sample size? They are 4-9 in their last 13. And they had to scrape by the Royals. They just swept the Royals, but they had to scrape by in every single game. I'm still not concerned about the Dodgers' ability to be successful in October. But, Brad, I also am going to stick to my prediction that I made before the season, and that is your Cubbies. They will not win the division, but they will go to the World Series, and they're going to play my New York Yankees. So I don't think anything about what is happening with the Dodgers right now is going to be the reason why they don't get to the World Series in October. If anything, it could be that knee inflammation to Ohtani, or it just could be the fact that this lineup has been so good for so long and they've played so late into the season the last couple of years that maybe that lineup just isn't as clutch this year. Kyle Tucker has struggled, right? Freddie Freeman's been his normal self. Mookie Betts, he's been hot lately, but he's also had overall a down season. Ohtani having a bit of a down season offensively. Andy Pages has been great, but Teo Hernandez has had a down season. Maybe they just aren't that great this year in October, and that's what gets them knocked out. So those are my thoughts on the Brewers and the Dodgers. And then really quickly, your Cubbies, they did win earlier today. Classic Friday matinee in Wrigleyville, beat the St. Louis Cardinals, shut them out 3-0. A 3-hitter combined from the pitching staff. Great start from Clay Holmes today. And Cubbies got some offensive production. One swing, 3-run bomb from Seiya Suzuki. Can the Cubs keep the pressure on the Brew Crew? You hate the Cardinals more than any other team in baseball. I think Combs feels the same. How do you feel about the rest of this weekend series as the Cubbies right now 3.5 back of the Brewers?
Break out the brooms, baby. We're going to sweep the arch rivals at Wrigley Field, which is downright electric. Packed stands today. Got the Air and Water Show going on in Lake Michigan, so some fighter jets flying over Wrigley Field. They had to pause the game just for a brief amount of time, not once but twice late in the contest, as it was like F-15s were marching through the skies overhead, and the entire building was abuzz. I mean, the Cubs offense, it's always somebody else rising to the occasion. It's not always PCA. Alex Bregman was the guy in Washington against the Nationals, absolutely murdering baseballs. Today it was Seiya Suzuki. Tomorrow it could be Michael Busch. Maybe it's Nico Horner. Maybe it's somebody else. That's the beauty of the Cubs lineup. They are loaded from top to bottom, and they're getting consistent and steady production at almost everybody. When push comes to shove, the pitching staff has been dynamite. Clay Holmes was masterful today. I know Kevin Gausman really struggled his last start, but the Cubs have made all the right moves. They've shored up the bullpen. Zephyr John got himself a little bit of trouble, but pitched his way out of it. Webb has been the jack of all trades in that bullpen. He got the save today. I know bias may be bleeding through, but Pat, you obviously agree with me. I think the Cubs are bar none, folks, the best team in the National League right now, and it wouldn't remotely surprise me. They catch Milwaukee by the end of September, and they have the best record in the National League, because I ain't scared of the multi-gazillion dollar stupid-ass LA Dodgers.
Yeah, there you go, baby. Look, I disagree in that I don't think they catch the Brewers for the division. I do think the Brewers hold on and win the NL Central. They're going to play them 7 times in the span of 10 days, starting in just over 2 weeks from now. I do think Milwaukee, and here's a good question, Brad, and our producer Brandon Combs put this on our rundown. How many games do you think the Cubs need to be within the Brewers when they face them for the first of those 7 times in the span of 10 days, if they are going to catch them? How many games back do you think they need to be? They're 3.5 back right now.
Probably 3. I would say an even 3 because that half a game could really come into play here. So if they're within 3 games of Milwaukee, I think they're going to be cracking cans and eating all the costume sausages. So, yes, I still believe the Cubs are going to catch the Brewers. I didn't think that was remotely fathomable about 2 months ago, but I am fully bought in on how hot this team is playing.
310-840-4910, but I will remain steadfast. My prediction, Brewers win the Central, but the Cubbies as a wild card team do get to the World Series, and the Yankees might have the same fate as well. That was my predicted World Series in March, and I'm sticking to it because the Yankees are 6.5 back because the Rays do not lose. They don't lose. 9 wins
No,
in a
they
row
don't.
for Tampa Bay. I need Pete Alonso not only to get a hit for Let's Go Streaking, but I need the freaking Orioles to smash the Rays this weekend. And Alonso, he did not get a hit in his first at-bat. He struck out swinging. So first time batting leadoff and not a great start. All right, 310-840-4910. When we come back, we're going to deep dive into the AFC South, in a division that feels wide open every year. Why we think it's going to be open again. We'll explain. We'll go through all 4 of the teams. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
And how fans are. They're going to look at what Drew Aller did last night for your Steelers. They're going to look at, Joe Burrow, even though he's Joe Burrow, having an efficient night, and, Fernando Mendoza with a nice drive, getting the Raiders into the end zone, and people are going to overreact to it. I'm going to hold off on that, but and see how the rest of the preseason and training camp develops. But by and large, that was not exactly an inspiring, stellar performance by Cam Ward last night. And the book on Cam Ward has always been, look, he's not going to be a 70-75% completion guy. That's just not his game. But he does have the arm talent. He does have the moxie. He's a tough kid. And the hope is that, Dable can kind of harness him a little bit and get him to make some big plays and not make as many mistakes.
And immediately I see people posting, when's he going to take Rodgers' job? He's not. He's not even going to be the number 2 this year, I wouldn't think. It's great that Drew Aller had a wonderful first game in the preseason for the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's great. I'm happy for the kid. I'm personally a Steelers fan myself, I hope he does end up being that dude. Does end up being the next guy. I'd love to see that. But can we pump the brakes on when are the Steelers going to have to put Aller in? Well, it's one preseason game.
I do think that I'm reading into it, and I thought back in January from some of the texts that we got the day they hired Todd that we knew that he had seen something in Deshaun Watson he wanted to work with. And so I told everybody to brace themselves because there's not a lot of Deshaun Watson fans here in Cleveland. They don't really like him that much. And I had to deliver the bad news to brace ourselves to get ready for this coming season. I'm not trying to have a confirmation bias here, but I think we really need to get ready for Deshaun Watson to start the year.
BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans returns now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. You heard the man. He's Brad. I'm Pat. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. We're going to deep dive the AFC South here in just a second. But Brad, let's get a couple updates, and then we've got a very concerning injury update today from training camp that will get you. But the Broncos, 7-0 over the Falcons. Tua Tagovailoa has already fumbled a snap, and the Broncos, we told you about their opening drive, that they punched it right in with a couple of big catches from Pat Bryant and Cortland Sutton. Jets' opening drive was going real great with Cade Klubnik starting, not Geno Smith. It stalled out, though, and resulted in a three-pointer, a field goal for Mr. Cade York from 27 yards out. And then the Dolphins, they go down on a 14-play, 93-yard drive and score a touchdown against mostly Commanders' backups on defense, but still nonetheless pretty impressive. Malik Willis, 4 for 5, 43 yards, including one hell of a one-handed catch from Caleb Douglas. 28-yard catch. It was absolutely scintillating. Their third-round pick out of Texas Tech, hoping to be one of those big stud receivers this year. But and then Devon Achane finished it off. But, Brad, how about this? On that 14-play, 93-yard drive in preseason, Devon Achane, 7 touches, 7 carries, 39 yards, and a touchdown. I mean, my goodness, what are we doing? I know you want to give him the ball 40 times in a game in the regular season. This is the preseason. What are we doing?
Idiotic, dumbfounding, moronic. That's the only way I'm going to put it. It's Devon Achane. He is the heart and soul of your entire offense, which is going to be one of the worst in the NFL. You're going to give him 7 carries on the first drive of the game? Why are you evaluating Devon Achane? You maybe play him for 5 snaps to give him 3 to 4 carries, and you yank his butt and put him on the sidelines, give him a Gatorade and say, hey, you're off the rest of the night. Good game. That's it. This is a clown show. Why are we running these dudes into the ground in the first preseason game of the year? I will never understand that high of a usage, just like Jeremiah Love last night by Michael LaFleur.
Yeah. Well, the Jeremiah Love, I didn't necessarily mind it. Now, maybe it was a bit much, 14 touches in his first preseason game, but he's a rookie. Even though he's got higher expectations than everybody else, you still need to see him in some action. The 7 touches on the opening drive for Devon Achane is probably a bit much. Definitely a bit much. By the way, Jets defense, I think, has forced 2 straight 3-and-outs against the Buccaneers, which, again, is not playing any starters, but that's the game I got my eye on, so figured we would keep you abreast of what's going on. All right, Brad, before we get to the AFC South, in the NFC South, we've got a major potential injury, and not one that Saints fans are going to want to hear about. What is it?
Yeah, New Orleans is right now in the, quote, info collecting phase, according to local reports, end quote, regarding Jordan Tyson's hamstring injury. I saw another report that came out a little bit later today that he is seeking, the rookie first round pick, multiple opinions. Oh, my goodness. That is petrifying when you hear multiple opinions to find out, what the verdict is. Look, I'm not playing doctor or MD in this situation, but this sounds rather bleak. He's certainly going to miss some time. Adam Schefter has already said that. How much time? That is the great unknown. It's anybody's best guess. But I'd have to think that maybe the first week or 3, maybe even longer, are very much in jeopardy for the New Orleans Saints of the regular season, not having Jordan Tyson on the field. The Saints in the first 3 weeks at Detroit, at Baltimore, and at home against Las Vegas could be far-fetched. And again, we're going to collect more information. We'll pass along once we hear that Tyson will be available in that game. And it sounds like maybe Devon Vele has got to step up. He actually showed out a couple of times last season. Former Denver Bronco, former 7th-round pick out of University of Utah. Jawan Johnson, the very talented tight end. I think one of the most underrated tight ends in the game. He's a guy that might have to rise to the occasion as well. But we'll pass along more information as we learn it. But kind of dire straits and money for nothing. And the chicks in this case ain't for free. Jordan Tyson dealing with a hamstring injury of unknown severity, seeking multiple opinions. Yikes.
Yeah, not great. Not great at all. For the guy that you drafted in the first round this year, you were definitely hoping for a big rookie season, number 8 overall, and that doesn't sound great. Yeah, like you said, seeking multiple opinions on a hamstring injury. Yikes. And Devon Vele, by the way, yeah, you mentioned he used to be on the Broncos his rookie season. They traded for him, the Saints did, in the offseason for like a 6th-round pick, right? And he ended up having the best portion of his season right before he got hurt. Weeks 12 through 15 in a 4-game sample size, Devon Vele combined for 19 catches, over 300 yards, and a touchdown. That's pretty damn good. Well, almost 300 yards. I did quick math in my head, and then I realized it's not 300 yards. It was close to that, though. Then he got hurt and missed the last 3 games. So, yeah, somebody outside of Chris Olave, who had a monster bounce-back season last year, is going to have to step up. They did bring in Travis Etienne to be the number 1 running back. They still have Kamara. Jawan Johnson's the tight end. But after Devon Vele, Bryce Lance, Barian Brown, Ronnie Bell. Yikes. Bryce Lance, 4th-round draft pick from North Dakota State, so another rookie. And then Barian Brown, a 6th-round draft pick from LSU, but still, a lot of rookies. Jordan Tyson was the most special of the bunch. That's not good news for New Orleans. All right, let's get to the AFC South here, Brad. And let's just give you the AFC South odds according to our friends at BetMGM before we try to forecast who's going to win this division. The last time I checked, these are the current odds. The Houston Texans favored to reclaim their throne after the Jaguars won the division last year with 13 wins. The Texans are plus 120. The Jaguars are plus 210. The Colts are plus 400. The Titans plus 850 to win the AFC South. Let's start with the reigning division champion Jacksonville Jaguars with Liam Cohen and Trevor Lawrence. Brad, what is the biggest question or the biggest questions you think facing Jacksonville and Duval this year?
Yeah, like the running back position for me immediately stands out. A lot of people are very, very high on Bayshaw, rootin', scootin', tootin'. Our friend and colleague, Nick Costos, being one of them, the host of You Better You Bet, right here on Westwood One Sports, thinks very highly of him and thinks he is going to be a breakout candidate. You look at the advanced data for him last season, it's very impressive. He was a guy that was top 15 in yak per attempt, a pretty high missed tackle rate as well, but the situation's gotten kind of muddy in Duval this season because Chris Rodriguez is now in the mix, and he's got a history of Liam Cohen because Liam Cohen coached him at the University of Kentucky. He's a battering ram and a guy that has always posted appreciable yak in his own right. I think he is going to be a thorn in the side of Tootin, especially in red zone situations. LaQuinton Allen is a guy that they're looking to feature in pass down and third down situations. So Tootin may be at a full-blown running back by committee. So for me, that's the one thing that I really want to see And, throughout the preseason, and they start their preseason slate tomorrow against the Fleur-de-Lis, that being the New Orleans Saints. So I'm curious the utilization, deployment of those three running backs in Cohen's system. And I guess the other major question is, can Trevor Lawrence repeat the success and his football evolution that he really, began last year? Because we were all questioning if he was going to be one of the bigger busts of this generation of NFL quarterbacks and high draft picks. But he proved everybody wrong because he was downright awesome last year, very opportunistic on the ground. I think he had, 9 rushing touchdowns. Can he come even close to duplicating that? Those are the two big areas I have the most questions down there in Jacksonville.
Yeah, and look, I'm not very high on Jacksonville this year. I haven't been very high on Trevor Lawrence for most of his career. Now, he had a big year last year, 4,000 yards, 29 touchdowns. And again, they win 13 games and win the division. But, Brad, let me remind you how we know the Patriots' schedule was historically cupcake soft last year. Let me remind you some of the teams the Jaguars played after Week 11 last season. Here's Week 12 on in their schedule. The Cardinals, the Titans, the Colts in the game that Daniel Jones tore his Achilles, the Jets, the Broncos, okay, great, impressive win. The Colts again with Phillip Rivers playing quarterback, and then the Titans again. I mean, is that not the softest, not 8-game winning streak to end a season that you will ever see? Now, they did have some impressive wins earlier in the season. They beat San Francisco on the road. They beat the Chiefs. They beat the Texans. But they also, against teams that were above 500, they were a 500 team. They're going to be facing a lot more better teams this year coming off of a first-place division schedule. Again, they opened the season with Cleveland. But then after that, how about this for a week 2 through 6 stretch? At Denver, versus the Patriots, at the Bengals, and then in London for back-to-back weeks against the Eagles and the Texans. Yeah, you think that the Titans and the Colts might be soft spots again for them, but I just think that Trevor Lawrence had the best season of his career last year. Liam Cohen had that big year one boon, but man, I think they are primed for a step back this season, mostly because I'm just not buying into Trevor Lawrence having another great year after the turnover struggles we've seen plague him for a lot of his career.
Yeah, that's entirely fair. The other area, too, that is a concern that directly affects not only the ground game, but also the pass game, and specifically Trevor Lawrence, is question marks surrounding the offensive line. Mike Lade, ESPN's got it projected to be a bottom 7 unit at number 25 overall. So if they live down to that expectation, that's going to make things even bleaker for the Jacksonville Jaguars and their chances of repeating the high-level success they had last year. Oh, by the way, this just in, Braylon Allen, touchdown. Man, that guy's he's a Mack truck. My goodness, his biceps are massive.
Yeah, I was just going to tell you about it because I saw the tail end of it as you were talking there about Jacksonville. A little shotgun outside zone read handoff, and Braylon Allen just took it to the house. I don't even know if he got touched. He didn't even need to show off the strength. He showed off the speed. But yeah, 10-zip Jets over the Buccaneers. Meanwhile, we've got some news here regarding Vita Vea. Producer Brandon Combs putting in our show chat. Mike Garofalo of NFL Network has reported that Tampa is remaining steadfast. They will not trade Vita Vea. He requested a trade right before training camp began. We know they've got their contract issues, or at least had their contract issues with Baker Mayfield before training camp as well. And so a bunch of teams are trying to circle like some vultures here, your Chicago Bears being one of them. But at this point, Brad, if it didn't happen already, I don't think it's going to happen now that we're getting preseason games. I know the Micah Parsons trade was pretty late in the preseason last year, so anything's possible. But I don't think Tampa Bay is trading Vita Vea, nor do I think should they. All right, back to the Jacksonville Jaguars here. Who do you got the feels for in fantasy this year for the Jacksonville Jaguars?
Same guy you do. Looking at the script, it's Parker Washington. Every day I log on to the X or the Twitter. Follow my colleague at Pat Boyle 44. Follow myself at Noisy Waivers. Follow our show at BetMGM tonight on X or the Twitter. He's posting highlight plays. He's been all over the place, and a guy that really put up some stellar numbers over the second half of last year. He only averaged just shy of 6 targets per game a year ago. but he was number 16 in yards per route run, which is a key advanced analytic, and it's very telling of a player's overall potential. I think he's going to be the WR1 on this roster this year. I think he'll be better than Brian Thomas. He's going to be better than anybody else they have on roster. I mean, Britton Strange will get some targets as well. Trevor Lawrence will spread the love around, but Parker Washington, for you fantasy fans that are out there, I think has a potential to maybe knock at the door of the top 20 at that position come year's end. So he is going to be absolutely a key asset for Trevor Lawrence in this vertical attack this year.
Yeah, I agree with you. And he really had a strong end to the season last year as well, where it's warranted, the hype that he's getting here. Now, we know that Brian Thomas is ahead of him. Like you mentioned, Jacoby Myers, they bring in from the trade deadline last year from Vegas. But, man, Parker Washington in the last couple of games of the season, 6 for $145 and a touchdown against Denver, 8 for $115 against the Colts, 5 for 87 and a touchdown against Tennessee, and then in that wild card loss to Buffalo, 7 for 107 and a touchdown. I mean, holy smokes. Imagine if he could put that together for half of a season this year. He's going to go over 1,000 yards. He's going to go over 1,200 yards. So, yeah, the way he finished, I know it doesn't always necessarily translate to big-time results, but boy, oh boy, Parker Washington is definitely one to look out for this year in that Jags offense. Brad, your favorite team-related play in Duval this year would be what?
Again, I already said this about the running back, so I'm going to live in a land down under on Bashaw Tootin, 5.5 rushing touchdowns. A little bit heavier juice here at a -120. Again, it's because of the specter in the room, and that being Chris Rodriguez. He's a bigger bodied back. The guy just plows through contact between the tackles. He is going to be the weapon of choice, in my opinion, and by all reports and accounts locally, inside the 20-yard line, at a minimum inside the 10-yard line. So Tootin had 5 rushing scores last year. Yeah, there it is. Thank you, Men at Work. I think he's got to have a similar out, but he's got to have to hit home runs in between the 20s because C-Rod is going to siphon away touches inside the red zone.
Yeah, I'm going to go with another under as well. I'm going Trevor Lawrence under his passing yards for the year, 3,725. I'm just not a believer in Trevor Lawrence is really what it comes down to. So I guess I got to put on my hater cap and wear it proudly. I just don't think he's that great. I really don't. Yeah. Nothing against him. Love the hair. Love the flow. Just don't think he's a great quarterback. You know, a completion percentage the last 2 years that is barely above 60%. Now, again, he did show off the strong arm. He did cut down on the turnovers last year. Only ended up having 15, 12 interceptions, 3 fumbles lost. You know, a couple of years ago, he had 21. 2 years ago, hurt the shoulder, then only played half the season. He definitely benefited from Liam Cohen, but I think that, again, playing a tougher schedule, playing better defenses this year, Trevor Lawrence is going to go under 37-25 in the passing yard department, and I think the Jaguars are going to miss the playoffs. 310-840-4910. When we come back, we will hit on the Titans and the Texans as we continue our deep dive in the AFC South. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. We want to hear from you. 310-840-4910. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
You know, and you know how fans are. They're going to look at what Drew Aller did last night for your Steelers. They're going to look at, you know, Joe Burrow, even though he's Joe Burrow, having an efficient night. And, you know, Fernando Mendoza with a nice drive, getting the Raiders into the end zone. And people are going to overreact to it. I'm going to hold off on that, but, you know, and see how the rest of the preseason and training camp develops. But by and large, that was not exactly an inspiring, stellar performance by Cam Ward last night. And the book on Cam Ward has always been, look, he's not going to be a 70-75% completion guy. That's just not his game. But he does have the arm talent. He does have the moxie. He's a tough kid. And the hope is that, you know, Dable can kind of harness him a little bit and get him to make some big plays and not make as many mistakes.
And immediately I see people posting, when's he going to take Rodgers' job? He's not. He's not even going to be the number 2 this year, I wouldn't think. It's great that Drew Aller had a wonderful first game in the preseason for the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's great. I'm happy for the kid. I'm personally a Steelers fan myself, I hope he does end up being that dude. Does end up being the next guy. I'd love to see that. But can we pump the brakes on when are the Steelers going to have to put Aller in? Well, it's one preseason game.
I do think that I'm reading into it, and I thought back in January from some of the texts that we got the day they hired Todd that we knew that he had seen something in Deshaun Watson he wanted to work with, and so I told everybody to brace themselves because there's not a lot of Deshaun Watson fans here in Cleveland. They don't really like him that much, and I had to deliver the bad news to brace ourselves to get ready for this coming season. I'm not trying to have a confirmation bias here, but I think we really need to get ready for Deshaun Watson to start the year.
It's Football Friday. Every game, sharp plays, and predictions. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome on back. It's a Friday, baby. We're hanging out. He's Brett. I'm Pat Boyle. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. We'll get back to our deep dive on the AFC South in just a couple of moments here, but we've got some text messages coming through. And one is, Brad, it's an attack on your character, my man. And so I'm just going to read it. And I'll give you the floor, and you can respond however you'd like. A 603, and of course, they didn't put their name on it. But a 603 number texts in, I love sports radio and the football opinions are fantastic, but way too much fantasy talk. It makes it tough to not change the dial, especially since Brad's only opinions are fantasy related. And I play fantasy football. Fantasy talk is just a really tough listen on my drive home. Brad?
And I play fantasy football. What a glaring buffoon, A. B, what a glaring hypocrite. C, here's the deal. There are 70 million people that play fantasy football in North America. I don't know. That seems like a sizable number. You're also talking to an individual who is the Fantasy Sports Writers Association Hall of Fame. That's yours truly, the most decorated writer in fantasy sports history. Fantasy is still football. It's a different view. It's a different perspective. It's a granular look at some of the statistical outputs of a lot of these players that is a crucial factor in their overall production and how the overall team can play. It is vital to the ether of the football universe. That's why I have an opinion on it. I'm not going to budge off it. It is who I am. It is my core. It is something I love and I am passionate about. And guess what? Mr. Area Code 603 was a coward of putting their name on it. If you play fantasy football and you listen to the show along with the football takes and the college basketball takes and the NBA takes, the baseball takes that we're going to have right here on Westwood One Sports, but leaning into the fantasy, if you listen to what Pat and I are saying, if you maybe take some of our advice, maybe you won't actually finish in last place of your league, which I am pretty sure you probably have, I don't know, since the beginning of time. So sit down, shut up, and thanks for listening.
Oh, baby. Oh, yeah. Get him. Boom, roasted. That's right. All right, we got another text coming through. It is from an 818 number. And this person says, it's actually from Josh from LA. Josh from LA says, Mendoza will shine, especially under Brady's supervision. That's Tom Brady, minority owner of the Raiders. Under Brady's supervision, the way he looked like last night was solid, but he will be tested next week against the Texans. With that being said, Raiders. So Josh, look, I mean, I think it's interesting. We haven't really talked about that much this offseason, Brad.
Yeah, it's true.
We've talked about Clint Kubiak. We've talked about Kirk Cousins' mentorship. We have not talked about Tom Brady. Aside from when back in the draft process, when we heard some quotes from Brady on Fernando Mendoza. But how big of a role do you think Brady will have on Mendoza on a day-to-day / week-to-week basis? Because let's not forget, he's got his Fox broadcasting duties to tend to.
My feeling is Tom Brady, while he was alone on his yacht, is sitting out and roasting on the sun, bored out of his mind because he had no companionship around him. I was probably trying to come up with ways of improving Fernando Mendoza's game. I think his impact, his role, his mentorship in a way will be impactful to Mendoza because I think there were some similar characteristics between the years with those two guys, both outstandingly smart when it comes to playing football, both just tireless workers in the film room and on the field as well. There are a lot of similarities, some familiarities between Tom Brady and Fernando Mendoza, and having Brady even calling him up and spouting a little bit of wisdom here and there.
Did we lose Brad, or is that me? I think we lost Brad. All right. Well, I'll just take it. I'll take it from there because we've got to get to a commercial break here, but we still have the AFC South to touch on. But it is a Friday night, and that means it's time to have some fun, baby. The list is coming up next, and then we'll get back to your phone calls and your texts. 310-840-4910 is the number to join. You can call, you can text. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll get you some NFL preseason scoreboard updates as well. But again, it's a Friday night version of the list when we return right here on BetMGM tonight.
and you know how fans are. They're going to look at what Drew Aller did last night for your Steelers. They're going to look at, Joe Burrow, even though he's Joe Burrow, having an efficient night, and, Fernando Mendoza with a nice drive, getting the Raiders into the end zone, and people are going to overreact to it. I'm going to hold off on that, but and see how the rest of the preseason and training camp develops. But by and large, that was not exactly an inspiring, stellar performance by Cam Ward last night. And the book on Cam Ward has always been, look, he's not going to be a 70, 75% completion guy. That's just not his game. But he does have the arm talent. He does have the moxie. He's a tough kid. And the hope is that, Dable can kind of harness him a little bit and get him to make some big plays and not make as many mistakes.
And immediately I see people posting, when's he going to take Rodgers' job? He's not. He's not even going to be the number 2 this year, I wouldn't think. It's great that Drew Aller had a wonderful first game in the preseason for the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's great. I'm happy for the kid. I'm personally a Steelers fan myself, I hope he does end up being that dude. Does end up being the next guy. I'd love to see that. But can we pump the brakes on when are the Steelers going to have to put Aller in?
Your live game night huddle while the action unfolds live, loud in the game. It's BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 3 of this Friday night shindig kicks off right now. I had a burp there, and I didn't. I wanted to be a gentleman. I wanted to be a pro. So don't forget, you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. There was another burp. I'm going to let the next one rip. I'm just warning you. You can also watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. The phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Again, you can call, you can text, 310-840-4910. All right, so Brad had having some internet technical difficulties right before we went to commercial break there. And producer Brandon Combs is letting us know in the show chat that Brad is saying his internet is out. Okay. Well, that's not great. So we are going to call an audible for now. We were about to do the list, but we can save the list and see if Brad can rejoin us here in the next 10 to 15 minutes, hopefully. So if we do end up losing Brad for the remainder of the show, which would be the next hour, I always do the final 2 hours of the program solo, then we will manage. We will manage. We will run a different offense. That's no problem. Either way, phone number to join, 310-840-4910. For the time being, we did have to finish off our preview of the AFC South, and we only hit on the Jacksonville Jaguars. So that's no problem. Let's go on. Let's move on in our, again, preview of this wide open division, which I feel like is going to be wide open again this year. And let's get to the Houston Texans. I do feel like the Texans are deserved favorites to win the division because, look, I think this is one of the best defenses that we are going to see in modern day football history. And I don't think that's a stretch, right? I mean, tell me one person that doesn't think this Texans defense is the best in the NFL. You want to say the Broncos, maybe only because they've basically rewritten the sack record book in the last 2 years combined, over 120 sacks. I mean, outside of that, the Texans defense, number 1 last year in total yards allowed per game, number one last year in terms of points allowed per game. Second. They were 0.2 points per game worse than the Seahawks defense, which was technically the number one scoring defense. But number one defense in yards allowed, number two defense in points allowed per game. They were also the number 4 rushing defense, and they were the number 6 passing defense. Not only that, what they were able to do in the turnover department. It's one thing if you're just not giving up yards and points. It's another thing if you're turning your opponents over. Plus 17 in the takeaway department last year. The Texans generated 29 takeaways, 19 interceptions, 10 forced fumbles, and yeah, they had a whole boatload of sacks as well. And it's a Texans defense that largely completely returns from a season ago. Will Anderson, one of the candidates for Defensive Player of the Year last year, would have won it if not for Myles Garrett. They bring in Tommy Togiai, they bring back Tommy Togiai, who had 1.5 sacks, a fumble recovery, and a touchdown last season. I remember the one touchdown he scored. It was late in the year. Danielle Hunter coming off the edge. The linebacking core, Henry To'oTo'o, Azeez Al-Shaair, hopefully stays out of trouble this year in terms of the discipline department. And then the secondary, easily the best secondary in football. Derek Stingley Jr., one of the best corners. Kamari Lassiter opposite of him. Jalen Petrie in the slot. They bring in Reed Blankenship to play strong safety. That's an upgrade. And Kalen Bullock at free safety. I mean, D'Amico Ryans, man, his bread is buttered because of this defense, and I think he's going to have himself a job as long as this defense plays well. Now, the question mark, once again, is the offense. And it's once again, C.J. Stroud. Can C.J. Stroud finally look like the guy that we saw in his rookie season rather than the quarterback we've seen for each of the last 2 years, which has been a gradual regression? Remember, in 15 games in his rookie year, C.J. Stroud had 4,100 yards, 23 touchdowns, only 5 interceptions. Year 2, over 3,700 yards, 20 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. Last year, barely 3,000 yards. He did miss a couple of games with an injury, still played 14 games. Only 3,040 yards, 19 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. And in the playoffs, yes, he's one of the only quarterbacks in the last 3 decades to win a playoff game in each of his first 3 seasons. But I think we can agree it's because of his defense, right? I mean, they routed Joe Flacco and the Browns 2 years ago. 2024, they intercepted Justin Herbert 4 times, had 2 pick sixes. And then last year in the first round, they got Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers, which was just an absolute nightmare matchup. C.J. Stroud hasn't particularly played well at all, though, in the postseason in his career. Now, the game in 2023, his rookie year against the Browns, yes, he was great. But since then, he was mediocre in the loss to the Ravens in the divisional round. 2024 in the divisional round, mediocre against the Chiefs. And last year, not only was he mediocre against the Steelers, he was downright atrocious against the Patriots, 4 interceptions in the first half. This is a defense that is a Super Bowl winning team. And after year 1, after his rookie season, you would think the Texans were legit Super Bowl contenders for years to come. Now, they're only a Super Bowl contender because of their defense. Now, that can change. That can change. C.J. Stroud can bounce back. The offensive line definitely played into the issues they had last year. I'm not going to put it all on C.J. Stroud. They had an offensive line that was banged up, and they have improved it. They have vastly improved it. They brought in Wyatt Teller. He used to be with the Cleveland Browns. They've also got themselves a new center, first-round draft pick, Keelan Rutledge from Georgia Tech. This offensive line should be better. I'm still not sold on the left tackle, Ariante Ursary. I still think he needs massive amounts of help. But it's an offense that also now brings in David Montgomery because their run game was putrid. Remember, they lose their starting running back for the season in just an absolute freak fashion, it felt like. The foot injury to Joe Mixon. And so now they bring in David Montgomery. The receiving core is solid with Nico Collins as the 1. Tank Dell is now healthy. I'm excited to see Tank Dell play football for the first time in a year and a half. And then you had a couple of rookies last year that I thought made some big steps forward. And Jaden Higgins, who had 500 yards and 6 touchdowns. And then also Jalen Noel, who had 2 touchdowns on the season. I think the Texans win the division basically by default because of how amazing, how incredible, how historic I think their defense will be. They're going to terrorize teams. And they've terrorized teams for the last 2 years. And I don't see it changing. It's the same play caller. It's DeMeco Ryans. It's the same scheme. It's the same players. Right? Like when an offense does something, there's, okay, how do we stop this offense? What do we need to do? When a defense is great, there's not much you can do. Right? Other than hope you don't turn the football over. That's really all you can do, is hope you limit the turnovers, because you're not going to get a whole lot of yardage and you're not going to get a whole lot of points. So the biggest question is, without a doubt, will C.J. Stroud rebound from an inconsistent second half and his playoff struggles, which again, with an overhauled offensive line and a brand new running game with David Montgomery, should give him a lot of help. I think the Texans win the division because of their defense, but I still think this offense, I need to see it from C.J. Stroud. I'm going to need to see better decision-making. I'm going to need to see getting rid of the football quicker. And I'm going to need to see an overall better command of the offense. I mean, and so many times last year, their operation was so late. It was so late to the line of scrimmage because they're trying to get a lot of things done in the huddle. And then you get out to the line of scrimmage and you have 10 seconds left. And you don't have time to make a whole lot of changes. Now, Nick Kelly's going into his second season. I didn't think that you could have been worse than their old offense coordinator, Bobby Slowick. Nick Kelly basically said, hold my beer. I think maybe I can. Now, apparently, reportedly, they've been working on a lot of stuff this offseason. We had John McClain on, the Hall of Fame beat reporter for the Texans. He's been covering football for 50 years, who said that that's it's been a big point of emphasis for Houston this offseason, is getting a faster operation. I hope so. They need to do everything they can to make sure this offense operates, all systems go. So, again, I could not be higher on the Texans' defense. Jury is out for me in terms of C.J. Stroud and the Texans offense. If I see C.J. Stroud the first 5-6 weeks of the season looking like he did in his rookie season, I'll let you know right now. Whoever I pick to go to the Super Bowl from the AFC, which I have not made my official prediction yet, I will change it, and I will be on the Houston Texans to go to the Super Bowl if C.J. Stroud looks like he's recaptured his rookie form, because the defense is without a doubt good enough to win him a Super Bowl. 310-840-4910. That brings us to the Indianapolis Colts, who feel like the odd man out in this division. Now, the Titans, they struggled last year. They bring in a brand new coach in Robert Saleh, brand new offense coordinator Brian Dable. They upgrade the receiving core, drafting Carnell Tate and bringing in Wan'Dale Robinson. There's not a whole lot of high expectations for the Tennessee Titans. But with the Colts, this is a team last year that looked like, and again, I was a big doubter, and it got to a point where you couldn't doubt them anymore after the first several weeks of the season. They looked like one of the best teams in football. They were 7-1, and they were 8-2 coming off the bye week with a chance and a lead in the fourth quarter to beat the Chiefs and go to 9-2. They infamously collapsed that game against the Chiefs. They lose a nail-biter the next week against the Texans, and then the week after that, Daniel Jones tears his Achilles. Right, just a couple of weeks after they make a monumental, massive trade, trading 2 first-round draft picks to bring in Sauce Gardner. I mean, you could not have had, that was basically like the roller coaster King Dakar. That was the Colts offense. They shot up and said, whoa. Everybody was like, whoa, Colts? Best team in the AFC? And just as quickly and just as explosive as their start to their season was, it was a free fall on the way down. The injury to Daniel Jones, the injury to Sauce Gardner right after they gave up 2 first-round draft picks, and they bring in Phillip Rivers, and they were like a circus. They were a clown show for the last 5 weeks of the season. I felt bad, honestly. I felt bad for Shane Steichen, and I felt a little bit bad for Chris Ballard. But I honestly, I think they've made a lot of wrong decisions this offseason, that Colts front office. Paying Daniel Jones and just assuming that he's going to have no problem coming off of a torn Achilles that he suffered in December. They don't even bother to upgrade at backup quarterback. You had several options, several veterans as a contingency plan. Nope. we're going to stick it out with Anthony Richardson and Riley Leonard. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm a Notre Dame fan. I like Riley Leonard. And I thought he looked good in Week 18 last year. That's your backup plan? You still have Anthony Richardson on the roster. Guy that told everybody, hey, I don't really have the heart. I don't really have what it takes. Tapped out of a freaking drive because he was fatigued. Literally asked out of he had to come to the sideline to come out of the game 2 years ago because he was fatigued. Last year, didn't even get to see if he would ever even play in a backup role after Daniel Jones got hurt because he broke his orbital bone trying to put on a freaking knee strap. The little thin rubber bands you put on your legs, snapped it and broke his orbital bone. So I thought that was a big whiff by Chris Ballard this offseason, not coming up with a contingency backup plan for Daniel Jones if he gets hurt or if he's just not good, which for most of his career he hadn't been. And Daniel Jones was in the process of shutting me up last year, and then he got hurt. It was unfortunate. And as a Giants fan, look, there was part of me deep down that was like, hey, it's good to see. It's good to see for Danny Dimes. But I don't see him playing that well again this year. I don't. They traded away Michael Pittman and they paid Alec Pierce. He has not even been able to get off of the PUP list so far in training camp because of the offseason surgery that he had. Josh Downs has been kind of off to the sidelines as well, battling a groin injury. Tyler Warren was a stud last year as a rookie, and they've got one of the top 5 running backs in football in Jonathan Taylor and a solid offensive line. But, man, I just am not buying it at the quarterback position this year. For me, the entire division is a question mark when it comes to the quarterback position. C.J. Stroud, Daniel Jones, Trevor Lawrence, and Cam Ward. Colts defense, not a lot to inspire you last year. In years past, they did live off getting turnovers. Their defense coordinator is Lou Anarumo. Second year there. Let's not forget Lou Anarumo got ran out of Cincinnati because he plummeted that defense. So I don't see things going well for Indy this year. I think they are a 7-win team at best, and I think things could get real bad. I could see this team bottoming out, maybe winning 3 or 4 games, and then they're going to a new quarterback. They're going to a new GM, and maybe, even though it might not be his fault, maybe they're going to a new head coach as well. 310-840-4910. Finally, that brings us to the Tennessee Titans. I wanted coming out of last night to feel real giddy about Cam Ward and the Tennessee Titans. I even said it on the show. I said, man, I kind of hope Cam Ward balls out because I've been looking for a reason to say worst to first for the Tennessee Titans. But Cam Ward looked erratic last night, and that was against the 49ers backups. Didn't do a whole lot to impress me. Now, again, it's just like you can make a positive out of a preseason game, you could certainly make a lot of negatives out of a preseason game. And will it matter if week 1 he goes out there and shows up and shows out? No. But against a bunch of backups, Cam Ward went 5 for 12, 57 yards, looked erratic. I mean, it looked like he did for basically his entire rookie season. He targeted his brand new number 4 overall draft pick receiver, Carnell Tate, targeted him 3 times, couldn't hook up with him once. Targeted Wan'Dale Robinson 4 times, Wan'Dale Robinson 2 catches, 19 yards. Not a great start under the brand new Brian Dable offense for Cam Ward and the Titans. Again, preseason game. That being said, a bunch of 49ers backups probably should have been able to have a little bit more success than he did. Outside of the preseason game last night, I still think there is reasons to be optimistic about the Tennessee Titans. And that is because, forget what you think about Robert Saleh as a head coach, right? I mean, he failed with the Jets. Who hasn't in the last decade? And since, not counting Rex Ryan, who hasn't failed with the Jets in the last 20 years? So I still think Robert Saleh could be a good head coach. Like the way we look at Shane Steichen, who I know is an offensive caller, the way we look at DeMeco Ryans, I think we would all agree DeMeco Ryans is a pretty damn good head coach. He calls the plays on defense, and Outside of the quarterback, the Texans have a Super Bowl caliber team. And I just want to check here. Is Robert Saleh calling, because I forget off the top of my head, is Robert Saleh calling the plays on defense for the Titans this year? Yes, he is. He is expected to call the defense. So, again, that seemed to be a deterrent for him when he was with the Jets. That was also his first go-around as a head coach. I hope that calling the plays on defense and being the head coach, being involved and being in charge of everything else, a macro level, a micro level, all the game planning, I hope that doesn't get in the way of Robert Saleh. I really am rooting for him in his second go-around as a head coach. Now, again, you got a brand new offense coordinator, Brian Daboll, who got his job as the head coach of the Giants because of his first stop as an OC with the Buffalo Bills because of Josh Allen. Josh Allen basically got Brian Daboll his first head coaching job. Started off great with Big Blue, failed miserably over the last year and a half. Doesn't matter. All he's doing is calling the plays on offense. And Brian Daboll's offense looked pretty damn good to me last year with Jackson Dart, when Malik Neighbors was healthy, when Cam Scadaboo was healthy. So again, reasons to be excited about about this Titans offense, and Brian Daboll only calling the plays, only being the guy in charge of the offense. Carnell Tate, he looked like a stud in training camp. I still have very high hopes for him, the 4th overall draft pick from Ohio State. Because which Ohio State receiver hasn't done well in the pros? Honestly, you got to dig deep. You got to dig real deep to find an Ohio State receiver that hasn't done well. Maybe Marvin Harrison Jr. Okay, outside of that, you have JSN, and you've got Chris Olave as the most recent that are studs. I love the fact that they brought in Wan'Dale Robinson in free agency. Great slot receiver. Again, shined in Brian Daboll's offense last year. No problem being the number one guy when Malik Neighbors went down with the torn ACL. I think Wan'Dale Robinson could be that security blanket, a guy that's not afraid to go over the middle, not afraid to make the tough catches, really going to help out Cam Ward in year 2. The run game, I'm not really sold on. I think Tony Pollard is, with a good offensive line, he could be a good running back, but the Titans' offensive line isn't expected to be really good. If you look at the consensus offensive line rankings by a lot of the PFF, and again, PFF, I don't even want to throw them in the conversation because I think a lot of their grades are stupid. But there's a lot of other football journalists, football writers that rank offensive lines, and basically consensus is that the Titans are going to have one of the worst 10 offensive lines. So I'm just not all that optimistic about the run game, and I worry if Cam Ward doesn't get adequate enough protection, how he's going to perform. On the defensive side, again, they brought in a lot of guys from the Jets from Robert Saleh's time. Jermaine Johnson. I think Jeffrey Simmons is one of the most underrated all of defensive players in football, let alone nose tackles. And I think the secondary is okay. Can the Titans surprise enough people? Could they be one of the many teams we've seen go worst to first? If CJ Stroud takes another step back, and maybe I'm wrong, maybe the Texans defense comes back to earth. Maybe they don't get as many turnovers. Maybe they don't get as many sacks. Maybe the injury bug bites them. I'm not very high on the Colts. Not very high on the Jaguars. If the Texans defense is human, or I'm just wrong about them, I could see the Titans going worst to first. But I still think there's a ton of question marks that I want to see Cam Ward answer before I really get excited about them. 310-840-4910. That's the phone number to join the show. 310-840-4910. When we come back, we'll take your calls. We will take your texts. Your thoughts. Who do you think wins the AFC South? Texans, Colts, Titans, or Jags? Any thoughts, questions, or opinions on any 4 of those teams? Again, we'll take them when we return. 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
and you know how fans are. They're going to look at what Drew Aller did last night for your Steelers. They're going to look at, Joe Burrow, even though he's Joe Burrow, having an efficient night, and, Fernando Mendoza with a nice drive, getting the Raiders into the end zone, and people are going to overreact to it. I'm going to hold off on that, but and see how the rest of the preseason and training camp develops. But by and large, that was not exactly an inspiring, stellar performance by Cam Ward last night. And the book on Cam Ward has always been, look, he's not going to be a 70, 75% completion guy. That's just not his game. But he does have the arm talent. He does have the moxie. He's a tough kid. And the hope is that, Dable can kind of harness him a little bit and get him to make some big plays and not make as many mistakes.
And immediately I see people posting, when's he going to take Rodgers' job? He's not. He's not even going to be the number 2 this year, I wouldn't think. It's great that Drew Aller had a wonderful first game in the preseason for the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's great. I'm happy for the kid. I'm personally a Steelers fan myself, I hope he does end up being that dude. Does end up being the next guy. I'd love to see that. But can we pump the brakes on when are the Steelers going to have to put Aller in? Well, it's one preseason game.
I do think that I'm reading into it, and I thought back in January from some of the texts that we got the day they hired Todd that we knew that he had seen something in Deshaun Watson he wanted to work with, and so I told everybody to brace themselves because there's not a lot of Deshaun Watson fans here in Cleveland. They don't really like him that much, and I had to deliver the bad news to brace ourselves to get ready for this coming season. I'm not trying to have a confirmation bias here, but I think we really need to get ready for Deshaun Watson to start the year.
Red Zone energy, real-time reaction. BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle rolls on.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join, 310-840-4910. We've got some texts that we are going to get to in just a bit. You want to jump aboard? Yeah, and you can call or you can text 310-840-4910. Any of your thoughts on the AFC South this year? The Jags, the Titans, the Texans, or the Colts? Who do you think wins it? And if one of those four teams are your favorites, you got any questions or opinions on them, give us a ring. 310-840-4910. It is a Friday night, though, folks. Brad's dealing with some internet issues. That's okay. The show goes on. The fun goes on. And on a Friday night, that means this, too, must go on. It is time for the list.
I'm going to have to go tell the world exactly what's on the list.
Are you ready?
I'm ready. I love trivia.
Hey, the champ is telling you to do something. You know what? You just made the list.
Let's go. Maybe a little Friday night trivia is what the list is all about. And I don't know, either we'll have to move the list to a different day of the week, or we've only got a couple left for the summer, because once football season starts, there is no room for the list on a Friday night, as much as I love it. That being said, let's take advantage of however many Friday night lists we have left. We get producer Brandon Combs in the mix. We get video producer Michael Montgomery, Monty in the mix. And we're going to get our guy Lee DeLapp in our Westwood One studios in the mix as well. And it's Lee. Yeah, it's every man for themselves in the list. Friday night trivia, Monty gives us a topic, and then we go back and forth, the three of us, giving out answers until you get it wrong. Once that happens, you're out. Last man standing wins. So without further ado, Monty, what is the list tonight?
Yes. Lee, thanks for joining in place of Brad. We'll see how we do. I'm sticking with baseball. There's too much football on the show. It's baseball season still. Get this football crap out of here. I'm just kidding about it being crap. But yeah. All right. So we're sticking with baseball.
I'll get my buzzer ready. There we go. That one's for me.
Hopefully this one's a little unique. I hope it's not too difficult. But we're going to do the most home runs allowed by pitchers this season. So there's a tie at 20 with several guys. So we're doing the top 19 pitchers who have allowed the most home runs this season.
What?
Pat looks scared.
That's a tough one.
Oh, come on, man. Who even tracks that?
I mean, are there going to be
dude, I swear to
this list, or are there going to be guys who
I swear to God.
Yeah.
You will,
I mean, there might be the case that there's some good pitchers on this list, but
exactly.
I know one of them. I complain about him daily.
I swear, if Combs gets more than like 5 of them right, I'm gonna freak out.
Well, be ready to be freaked out.
Also, you say this for every list, and then you usually do fine. So
yeah,
it's like
pretty much. Because while we're all answering, it gives them time to Google it so they can stay in it.
Sure.
What are you talking? You are literally the number one prospect, the number one prime suspect of cheating in this game.
There's no need to cheat in this game. It's like I tell my kids, if I'm going to cheat, why don't I just play a game called I Win? There's no point in
because. Well, I think
Lee, you're a
you want to feel good about
party
yourself.
In this. You've never played in this game with us, and you've been around for a little while. Do you think I cheat when we play the list?
I do not think you cheat. No, I think you're a stand-up gentleman, Brandon. I think you do not cheat. I think you just have an unhealthy knowledge of certain sports. That's all.
Yeah.
Lee, stop kissing his ass.
Marine Corps. It's called 1, death before dishonor. Okay. And honor, courage, commitment. Those are our vows. So let's go with this game so I can whoop your ass again.
I mean, good luck, man.
wants
Anybody that knows who the top 20 pitchers that allow home runs this year are, you should be institutionalized.
You don't have to get all of them, Pat. You just have to get more than somebody else.
Exactly.
Whatever.
Who's going first?
Combs is
How
going
do you wanna do
last.
This order, Pat, since you're whining.
Combs is going last, and Lee, you can either go first or I'll go first. Doesn't matter to me, but Combs is going last. That's all that I care about.
I'll let you go first on this one, Pat.
All right. I was going to even say this pitcher before Combs even said, I complain about him all the time. So I'm going to take it and I'm going to run with it. Give me Shota Imanaga, because he's got to be like number 1.
Of course, you were totally going to do that. Yep. He is number 3. He's allowed the 3rd most homers, or tied for 2nd. 28 home runs allowed this year for Shota. All right, Lee, you're up.
Okay. This is not in my wheelhouse whatsoever. But hey, why not a guy that I had mentioned already in the show? A guy who's pitched all season long. Because that's where I'm going to go with this. I think it's going to be... Oh, this is so stupid. I hate... This has to be the category I start on.
I'm so sorry, Lee. I'm so sorry.
Let's go Logan Webb, just since I mentioned him earlier in the show.
We'll give you a mulligan, because he is not on the list.
I don't have a mulligan drop, so there you go.
You're going to be like the guy
could,
who claimed a hole-in-one, but instead of us kicking you off of the course, we're going to let you have one more. We're going to let you replay the round.
Oh, I got to do it right now. Okay. How about you?
You don't have to. We could come back to you if you'd like. There we go.
Right.
That works.
Well, I want a mulligan, by the way. I want a mulligan.
You don't get one, Pat.
Why don't I get a mulligan?
I'm gonna because you should know.
We'll see. We'll see.
I'm gonna go with the guy who's given up the most, and I know this because when he gave one up, I don't know if it was his last start or 2 starts ago. I was watching the game. Aaron Nola. He's been terrible
correct.
this year.
He has given up 30 home runs this season to lead Major League Baseball.
Why are you shaking your head, Pat? It's one name.
Because I was
Literally.
watching the game. Why were you watching a Phillies game?
Pat, I have the MLB Extra Innings app. I watch all the games. As a matter of fact,
sure
I
you
have a
do.
4-box up right now of 4 different games.
I'm sure you do.
Pat, do you
have
watch
to minimize-
teams besides the Giants in the NFL, or do you only watch Giants games?
That's different. That's the NFL.
Oh, right. I'm sorry.
This isn't-
Football's king. That's different.
If you would have said top strikeout pitchers, which we've done, top home run hitters, top RBI getters, that's one thing.
I almost did RBIs.
Should have. You should have, Monty, because honestly, this is a disgraceful
are we
list.
making
You
it
should be
too
ashamed
hard
of
for
yourself.
Pat? Is it
You
too
would have
hard
lost
for
anyway.
Patty? Is
All right.
Patty crying?
All right. I know
Okay.
I'm just going to rattle off basically the entire starting rotations of the A's and the Rockies because those are the 2 teams that play in the bandboxest stadiums. And so by default, those pitchers from those teams
Strategy.
have to be
Interesting.
have to be on the list. Yeah, here's a little strategy for you, Monty.
Yeah, instead of
Little strategy.
complaining.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. I have to get it right. If I could rattle, I know like 3 or 4 starters on the Rockies. If I had more than one chance, I'd probably get it. But I'm going to go with the guy that I know, I feel like has been on the Rockies for like 13 years. And so I'm hoping he's on here. After this, I don't think I got anybody else left. Kyle Freeland.
He is on the list. Good job.
Let's go! Come on. Never say die.
Lee?
All right.
Ooh, okay, back to me. I get a mulligan. All right. How about them stinking D-backs? Give me Zach Little. I liked him last season. This season he's been absolute garbage. So give me Zach Little.
There we go, Lee. You're on the board.
All right.
25 homers for Little this year.
How about his teammate, Merrill Kelly?
I was going to say him too.
He has also given up 25 home
Dang.
runs this season.
Good job.
There we go. Now we're moving.
This game sucks.
Poor
This game
Pat.
is stupid.
Poor Pat.
The next
I almost did
Rockies pitcher
stolen
that
bases.
the next Rockies pitcher that I know off the top of my head is Michael Lorenzen.
Is that your final answer?
No.
I think Monty's giving you your mulligan.
No, that's not my final answer.
He was just
Can I
saying
just-
that that's the only other one he knows off the top of his head. He was just,
That's what I thought he was
thinking
saying.
out loud.
Yeah.
Can I just quickly do a little Rockies depth chart? Google search. Is that allowed?
No.
No.
But I will confirm
I don't
there's a
know.
Rocky on the list. And I think this is his first year on the team. And he is a pitcher that pitched for a different team in a different country previously.
He's trying to give you clues, but instead he gave me a clue.
Can you tell me the country?
Same one as Shohei
Absolutely
Ohtani.
not.
Oh, all right. Wait, I don't want to make sure I don't butcher his first name.
Apparently, we're doing a Make-A-Wish list.
Tomasaki? No. Tomoyuki. Tomoyuki Sugano. Gotta be it.
Nailed it. Nailed it. 24 homers allowed.
Unreal. All right, Lee.
Okay. Full disclosure, while I am not looking up the stats, I am looking up some stats, just not who's given up home runs. I'm looking up the worst teams, and I'm looking up a guy who I have on my starting roster today. I'm going back to the guys who I think have actually been doing pretty good. Gavin Williams, who's been delivering double-digit strikeouts every game, but I know he's been giving up home runs too. So I'm going to go Gavin Williams.
That is correct.
Boom.
Wow.
22 home runs allowed. One more than Kyle Freeland, actually.
Well, I think that before Pat tries to take him, another guy was complaining about until the Cubs DFA'd him, and then he ended up in Toronto. I mean, Jamison Tyon, who gave up 97 in the first week he was a Cub.
He's allowed the fifth most home runs this season, 26.
You know what's funny about that? He missed a month and a half with an injury.
Yeah, he would be number one if he was pitching the whole year for sure. Right, Pat, your next clue. This is a pitcher who is technically not on a team anymore. He was DFA'd, I think earlier this week or last week.
He's
You gotta
trying
do
to help
something.
you beat me, Pat.
From what team? What team DFA'd him?
It's too easy, I think, right? East Coast. I'll give you this. NL East.
Mets. What did the Mets just DFA? I don't think it's the Mets. Oh, man, I don't know. I'm just instead going to take the Yankee that I feel like has given up a lot of home runs, Will Warren.
Will Warren is not on the list. He's given up 18 home runs, but doesn't make the cut, unfortunately.
Dumb game. Dumb game.
Damn, Pat. He gave you the answer.
I'll give you another mulligan. It's okay, Pat.
No, I don't want it. I'm out.
No, 3 strikes and you're out today.
Go ahead, Lee.
Okay. How about
If you
them
got one.
stinking Padres? Give me Randy Vasquez. Is he even starting or is he kind of middle? Is he? Yeah, give me Randy. Give me Randy Vasquez.
Randy
your
is not on
Giving
the
your
list.
answer and then asking, is he still starting? Is probably
The name that he was trying to give you, Pat, the guy who was DFA'd in the NL East, Miles Michaelis of the Washington Nationals.
That is correct.
Sick, Combs. Why don't you rattle off the rest of the list?
I know
the rest of the list.
I know three more names on this list. I know that another A's pitcher is on there. Jeffrey Springs is on there somewhere.
He is number 2 in home runs allowed. 28.
Yep. Eric Fetty is on there somewhere.
Fetty Wap?
That is correct.
Mm-hmm. And
why do you remember him?
Maybe he's not
he's
on
bad
the list.
at pitching.
I know the Dodgers have a couple on the list, but is Roki Sasaki still in the top 20? I know he was.
He is tied for 19th.
Why do you know he was in the top 20, Combs? Why are you looking at the top 20 of home runs allowed if not given the information, if not given the category of the list beforehand?
Hey,
Pat,
I would never. Okay.
Again, I love baseball. So I am constantly looking at different lists. I'm constantly looking when people are because I bet baseball like crazy. So when there are matchups, I look at guys, I look at their numbers. How many home runs are they giving up? Where are they at when they're giving up these home runs? Where do they rank? Like, should I be betting guys who are to hit a home run tonight? Yes, I look at this stuff. I study it. I'm a sicko. I don't know what to tell you.
I hate you. I hate you.
I love you too.
Going to break. We got to go to break.
Freddie Peralta.
We'll be back. BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports.
and you know how fans are. They're going to look at what Drew Aller did last night for your Steelers. They're going to look at, Joe Burrow, even though he's Joe Burrow, having an efficient night, and, Fernando Mendoza with a nice drive, getting the Raiders into the end zone, and people are going to overreact to it. I'm going to hold off on that, but and see how the rest of the preseason and training camp develops. But by and large, that was not exactly an inspiring, stellar performance by Cam Ward last night. And the book on Cam Ward has always been, look, he's not going to be a 70, 75% completion guy. That's just not his game. But he does have the arm talent. He does have the moxie. He's a tough kid. And the hope is that, Dable can kind of harness him a little bit and get him to make some big plays and not make as many mistakes.
And immediately I see people posting, when's he going to take Rodgers' job? He's not. He's not even going to be the number 2 this year, I wouldn't think. It's great that Drew Aller had a wonderful first game in the preseason for the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's great. I'm happy for the kid. I'm personally a Steelers fan myself, I hope he does end up being that dude. Does end up being the next guy. I'd love to see that. But can we pump the brakes on when are the Steelers going to have to put Aller in? Well, it's one preseason game.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Coming up at the top of the hour, why I'm already coordinating Drew Aller. Stay tuned for that. He blew my nips off multiple times last night. But let's get to we'll get you an NFL preseason scoreboard update here in just a bit. 3 games tonight. Jets, Bucks, Commanders, Dolphins, Broncos, Falcons. We'll get you caught up on all 3 of those games at the top of the hour. But for now, we've got some text messages rolling through. If you want to call, 310-840-4910. Anything football related ahead of the 2026 season, we'll take it. We've got Jeff from Wisconsin texting in, raised in Chicago, a huge Cubs fan, go Cubbies. And I'm also a huge New York Giants fan. Go G-Men, Pat. I'm also a big-time Notre Dame fan. Whoa, okay. You're speaking my language, Jeff. My question is, what do you think of Malachi Fields? And will he crack the starting lineup for the G-Men? And can the starting pitching for the Cubs make a deep run? Okay. Let's talk about Malachi Fields first. I loved Malachi Fields last year at Notre Dame. That being said, I'm not sure he can break into this Giants receiving core this year because Malik Neighbors is obviously number 1. Now, again, it would have to take an injury. Never want that to happen. Darius Slayton, even though I'm kind of surprised the Giants brought him back, he's kind of the solidified number 2. He's healthy for camp. It's a guy who's veteran experience they're going to rely on. Even though he hasn't done a lot, still kind of baseline for him is like 40 catches a year for over 500 yards. Don't see Malachi Fields jumping over him. Then it's Calvin Austin and Darnell Mooney, 2 brand new New York Giants on this team. Both guys are veterans. Both guys are be playing in the slot. Malachi Fields is a guy that can play on the outside. So it's just, again, I just don't see he'd have to jump over Darius Slayton. That's how I see it happening. If Darius Slayton just falls off a cliff this year, his contributions or his play, or if he gets hurt, then Malachi Fields could be that number 2 receiver because, again, he's on the outside. The slot receivers are going to be Calvin Austin and Darnell Mooney. Malachi Fields could do that. And I saw Dan Duggan of The Athletic actually report a week ago that Malachi Fields has made an early claim for the number 2 receiver spot. So we'll see. I can't wait to see tomorrow because I think he's probably going to get plenty of burn against the Vikings. But yeah, I mean, a Notre Dame guy making some big time plays this year for the Giants, both of my worlds collide. I would love that. So yeah, I've got some optimism for Malachi Fields, Jeff. I appreciate that. And then really quickly, can the starting pitching for the Cubs make a deep playoff run? Well, I predicted before the year that I thought they were going to be in the World Series against my Yankees. Then they had all those slew of injuries. But right now, the Cubs pitching rotation is starting to pitch a lot better. It's the lineup that is carrying them. But post All-Star break, the Cubs starting rotation ain't half bad. We'll get more into it on the other side, and we'll get to more of your calls and texts. But also, why Drew Aller had a big night. I'm Pat Boyle.
This is Westwood.
And how fans are. They're going to look at what Drew Aller did last night for your Steelers. They're going to look at, Joe Burrow, even though he's Joe Burrow, having an efficient night. And, Fernando Mendoza with a nice drive, getting the Raiders into the end zone. And people are going to overreact to it. I'm going to hold off on that, but, and see how the rest of the preseason and training camp develops. But by and large, that was not exactly an inspiring, stellar performance by Cam Ward last night. And the book on Cam Ward has always been, look, he's not going to be a 70, 75% completion guy. That's just not his game. But he does have the arm talent. He does have the moxie. He's a tough kid. And the hope is that, Dable can kind of harness him a little bit and get him to make some big plays and not make as many mistakes.
And immediately I see people posting, when's he going to take Rodgers' job? He's not. He's not even going to be the number 2 this year, I wouldn't think. It's great that Drew Aller had a wonderful first game in the preseason for the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's great. I'm happy for the kid. I'm personally a Steelers fan myself, I hope he does end up being that dude. Does end up being the next guy. I'd love to see that. But can we pump the brakes on when are the Steelers going to have to put Aller in? Well, it's one preseason game.
I do think that I'm reading into it, and I thought back in January from some of the texts that we got the day they hired Todd that we knew that he had seen something in Deshaun Watson he wanted to work with, and so I told everybody to brace themselves because there's not a lot of Deshaun Watson fans here in Cleveland. They don't really like him that much, and I had to deliver the bad news to brace ourselves to get ready for this coming season. I'm not trying to have a confirmation bias here, but I think we really need to get ready for Deshaun Watson to start the year.
of the plays, the hottest takes, and the craziest one-liners you'll ever hear. With your host, Pat Boyle. It's BetMGM Tonight, After Dark, on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. We got 2 solo hours coming your way, as we always do every Monday through Friday, from 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern, but the entire show is 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Don't forget, you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can also watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. I'm coronating Drew Aller as QB2 for the Pittsburgh Steelers here in 2026. And I'm coronating Drew Aller as the franchise quarterback of the future for the Pittsburgh Steelers. 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text 310-840-4910. Now, let me make this clear first. I think Aaron Rodgers is going to put together one hell of a last ride. I think Aaron Rodgers is going to throw for close to 30 touchdowns, and I think he's going to throw for over 3,500 yards. I think Aaron Rodgers is going out, like when I say on top, I mean they're going to be in the playoffs again. I don't know if he's going to win a playoff game. I think they would have to get some real fortunate bounces and breaks in terms of getting into the playoffs against a team that maybe is all of a sudden dealing with multiple injuries, or they win the. I don't think they're going to win the division. I think they're going to be a wild card team, but I think it's going to be, I guess, in kind of essence, same thing it's been for a decade for the Steelers. I mean, I don't want to turn this depressing, but I don't know, if you're a Steelers fan right now, would you sign for the playoffs? Just yes or no. Would you sign for the playoffs? Knowing you're going to have a playoff game in year one under Mike McCarthy and the final year of Aaron Rodgers, would you say yes, or would you say, well, if we don't get to the AFC Championship game, then no, I don't want it because I know what's going to happen. You don't get to do that. Would you sign right now if you knew the team was going to play in the playoffs? And if you say no, then you're not a real fan. I'd rather be 3-14 so we could just get a better draft pick. Shut up. So that being said, it might be the same old story, though, for the Steelers. You're probably going to sneak into the playoffs, and you might lose in the first round. But I'm very giddy for this season from Aaron Rodgers because he's one of the greatest quarterbacks we've ever seen. He's the top 5 greatest quarterback of all time. It's his final year. We've been watching the dude play for almost 20 years. Just soak it in and enjoy it. And I think that with Mike McCarthy calling the offense now as the new head coach, I think this offense is going to look better. And their offense is better. Again, you're not worried about him throwing the ball to Ben Skoranek and Calvin Austin and Van Jefferson. You got a bona fide wide receiver, too, in Michael Pittman, who I love the trade. Omar Khan, salute to you. Salute to you down there in Pittsburgh. Great trade to get Michael Pittman. I think DK Metcalf is a stud. So that's one of the best. That might be. It's going to sound crazy coming out of my mouth. I'm not even going to say it. But I think it's the second best wide receiver duo in the AFC North. Because I was going to maybe compare him to Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, but that's probably crazy. But I think they're not far behind. I think the combination of Metcalf and Pittman together for the first time, 2 guys, 2 absolute stud horses on the outside that can win. Pittman can play in the slot a little bit, but 2 true guys on the outside that Rodgers is. If he's not looking at DK Metcalf, it's all right, I got to drop it off over the middle because I can't rely on whoever the hell else is on the outside. And then I really like Darnell Washington. And I think he was really starting to have himself a year last year before he broke his forearm. I know he broke his forearm in the last game of the season. I was looking forward to watching Darnell Washington in the playoffs against the Texans. And he couldn't because he broke his forearm. I know, well, Pat, I mean, for a guy that played 16 games and only had 364 yards and a touchdown, okay. Give me some more 12 personnel. Well, actually, don't give me more 12 personnel because you need 2 receivers out there with Metcalf and Pittman. But I don't know. Give me some 2 tight end sets. Give me some 2 receiver, 2 tight end sets. One running back and a quarterback. Or just give me Darnell Washington as the starting tight end. I know what, like, Pat Freiermuth, he's good. He's solid. I mean, he's kind of the essence of what the Steelers have been. Just good enough to get by. Not good enough to actually make a big difference. Pat Freiermuth has only gotten more than 700 yards once in his career. He had 486 yards last year. Like Darnell Washington, I think could step up and be an awesome tight end this year. The dude is an absolute savage. So I envision this Steelers offense with Mike McCarthy dialing it up. And we know how good Mike McCarthy's offenses can be. You want to say, well, it's a different story in the playoffs? That's one thing. In the regular season, Mike McCarthy's offenses have always been great. Always. Just go back to his last couple of years with the Cowboys. And when Dak Prescott's healthy and Mike McCarthy's calling the plays, they're a great offense. That's it. That's all that needs to be said, and there's no denying it. The facts speak for themselves. And you want more facts as to just how good Mike McCarthy's offenses have been? And if you think at this point that even in 2026 that Dak Prescott is miles better than Aaron Rodgers, or that a year or two ago Dak Prescott was miles better than Aaron Rodgers, you're wrong. Well, Mike McCarthy is the head coach. In 2023, the Cowboys offense, number 1 in points, number 5 in yards. In 2022, number 4 in points, number 11 in yards. In 2021, number 1 in points, number 1 in yards. The dude knows offense. The dude knows how to score points. So you got Mike McCarthy and Rodgers reunited. You got DK Metcalf and Michael Pittman. You got Darnell Washington. And I think a solid run game. You got Rico Dowdle for the cheap after the year he had with Carolina. And Jaylen Warren. Rico Dowdle had over 1,000 yards last year with Carolina. Over 1,000 yards the year before that with Dallas. So again, I'm excited for the Steelers offense for this year with Aaron Rodgers. But more importantly, I'm way more excited about the future. So at the end of this year, if it is 10-7 and you get beat by 10 in the wild card round in a game that you're not competitive in because you have to play the Texans again, or you run into the Bills, or you run into the Ravens, which it feels like also has happened so many times. And it's like, all right, see you, Rodgers. You got us another playoff berth, but we're still, now it's more than a decade, almost 2 without a Super Bowl ring. That future looks very exciting, and it looks very, very promising because of Drew Aller. And I'm going to say it again. Drew Aller is the quarterback of the future for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And I'll take it one step further. I've seen the Mason Rudolph experiment, and I don't know what the plans would be for Mason Rudolph after this season. I know he's on this is the final year of a contract that he signed last year. So really the door is wide open for Drew Aller next year, but also this year. If things were to go wrong with Rodgers, and by wrong, I mean an injury, because if he plays poorly and the team is like 2-5 and you're making a quarterback change, well, that doesn't bode well for you to be able to make the playoffs. But if a quarterback that's 42 going on 43 gets hurt, and let's say this Steelers team is 6-3, 6-4, right in the thick of the playoff race, right in the thick of the wild card race or in the AFC North race, I'm sure there's some Steelers fans that are saying, well, we know what Mason Rudolph can get us, right? I mean, we've seen it before. He's played a playoff game. No, nonsense. Enough of Mason Rudolph. Right now, he is the backup quarterback for the Steelers in case Rodgers does get hurt. I want it to be Drew Aller because I was blown away by Drew Aller last night. 10 of 13 for 153 yards, 2 touchdowns, and a touchdown run. 3 touchdowns and firing bullets on the money. Now, the 74-yard touchdown pass that he had to Caden Wetjen was not actually a 70. It was 9-yard touch. It was a 9-yard catch that then Wedgen broke for an extra 60 yards after that. But still, he was on the money. He was accurate. He was poised. He got rid of the football quickly. Drew Aller was phenomenal. Phenomenal. And after the game, Mike McCarthy said, quote, "I like the way our quarterbacks ran the offense, and that's the big thing. I thought they were very poised. I liked the way all three of them played, especially our young guys. I liked the way Will responded. He did a good job overcoming some long down on distances, and I thought his 2-minute drill was outstanding, and I thought Drew played very, very well." That's Mike McCarthy is putting it lightly. He's putting it lightly. Drew Aller was fantastic. Drew Aller was sensational. Drew Aller is a guy that I thought could have been the number 1 overall draft pick a year ago. The only problem was he played for James Franklin at Penn State. The second biggest issue was that he broke his ankle. And the third biggest issue was he didn't play that great before, in the first 2-3 weeks of the season before he broke his ankle. And just like that, you had a guy that a lot of people thought, myself included, could have been the number 1 overall draft pick. A lot of people thought it was Arch Manning. I thought Drew Aller could have been that number 1 overall pick. Neither of them were. And, Drew Aller had to settle for not only not being the number 1 overall pick, but going in the 3rd round. But I think what Drew Aller showed in his first couple of seasons at Penn State, when he launched himself onto the draft boards of many NFL teams, I think that guy is waiting to be unleashed. 2024 Drew Aller, who threw for over 3,300 yards and 24 touchdowns and ran for another 6. Or a sophomore Drew Aller, who honestly was even better. 25 touchdowns, 2 picks, and ran for another 4 touchdowns. Rarely turned the ball over. Big guy. Reminds you of Josh Allen. 6'5", 230 pounds. Drew Aller has franchise quarterback in his DNA. He's got it in his blood. He had an underachieving head coach his entire career in James Franklin. If he had a great college football coach that knew what he was doing with an offense, or a good coordinator that knew what he was doing with an offense, Drew Aller would have realized his potential. And in an alternate reality, does he break his ankle? Who knows? But he would have realized his potential. He would have been the number 1 overall pick. We would have been talking about him the way we're talking about Fernando Mendoza. That's how highly I think of Drew Aller. And so when I see in just a couple of weeks of training camp, and in his first unofficial NFL game, Drew Aller looked that good last night. Total command of the offense, able to use his legs, able to deliver bullets. And I was locked in on that Steelers-Packers game last night because it was on NFL Network while we were doing our show. Command of the offensive line, command of the huddle, got up to the line of scrimmage. I don't believe off the top of my head they took any delay of game or any kind of offensive pre-snap penalties. Again, it's the preseason. I understand. But Drew Aller looked like he had it. He looked like he has it. And I think he's always had it. And now that he's got a solid offensive-minded head coach in Mike McCarthy, showing him the ropes. Remember back in April and May after they drafted him, Mike McCarthy basically said, we're going to do a program reset on Drew Aller. We have to reteach him so many things. That was Mike McCarthy saying, yeah, the coaching staff at Penn State, they stink. They didn't prepare this kid for the NFL, but he's that damn good, and he's got the prototype, and he's got the winning mentality to overcome it. So that was one preseason game. Imagine what he could do with some more repetitions. Imagine what he could do learning under Aaron Rodgers for a couple of more weeks and a couple of more months. And look what he could do if in the worst case scenario, Rodgers gets hurt And you got to make a decision. Do we go to the guy that we know it's our safety blanket? He's our stuffed teddy bear that you had when you were 6. When things went wrong, when there was a storm outside, or when your parents had to step out, or when they left you with your older sister, your older brother for the night, and they said, we have to go on a trip. We'll be back. Just snuggle your teddy bear a little bit tighter. When things went wrong, Mason Rudolph is your teddy bear. And he's not going to cure all your problems, but he gives you a little bit of peace of mind because you know that it's safe. Throw the teddy bear out. Throw the teddy bear out. Get yourself, my analogy's falling flat here. I don't know. Get yourself a PlayStation 5. I'll never forget when I ditched the teddy bear and I got myself a PlayStation to keep myself busy. That solved all my problems. Anytime my parents were gone, or I was left alone at home, or I had to fend for myself, or it was storming outside and I couldn't go outside and play with my friends on a weekend or during the summer. It wasn't a PlayStation 5 at the time. It was a PlayStation 2. But once I started ripping that PS2, that my problems were in the rear view mirror. Saved my life, that PlayStation 2. Drew Aller can be that for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Mason Rudolph, he's safe. He's a safe backup option. But again, in the worst case scenario, if Rodgers gets hurt, I want the Steelers to turn the keys over to Drew Aller. Because, honestly, they should be turning the keys over to Drew Aller for 2027. Steelers fans, I know it's been a long wait. It's felt like it's been a decade since those final couple of years of Big Ben Roethlisberger, thinking that you still had a chance to win Super Bowls. And since then, it's been a lot of false hope. It's been a lot of failed experiments at the quarterback position. From Kenny Pickett to part 1 of Mason Rudolph, to part 2 of Mason Rudolph, to Russell Wilson and or Justin Fields. And now to Aaron Rodgers. Where if you got Rodgers 5 years, if you got Rodgers first instead of the Jets, if Rodgers chose the Steelers before he chose the Jets, who knows what could have happened? And again, in an alternate reality, maybe he doesn't tear his ACL. Or his Achilles, excuse me. And maybe instead of 42-year-old Aaron Rodgers, you would have got 39-year-old Aaron Rodgers, who just a couple of years ago, before the torn Achilles, was still good enough, considered good enough to win a Super Bowl. Well, the wait is over in terms of looking towards the future, looking into the abyss and thinking, what are we going to do? We are too good to get the number 1 overall draft pick and get a guy like Fernando Mendoza, but we're not good enough to win a Super Bowl. And we keep trying these old, aging, veteran quarterbacks. The answer is right under your nose, and it's Drew Aller. And I hope Mike McCarthy, who played it really cool and close to the vest last night, I hope last night when Mike McCarthy got home, I hope he called Omar Khan. I hope he called Art Rooney. And I hope in my best Mike McCarthy impression, he said, gentlemen, I think we got ourselves our quarterback of the future. And I think his name is Drew Aller. And I can't wait for 2027, no matter what happens this year, boys. I'm going to put a lollipop in my mouth, and my wife's going to give me a belly rub, and I'm going to be thinking about 2027 with Drew Aller. Because that's what I was doing. Well, not the lollipop in my mouth, and my girlfriend wasn't giving me a belly rub, but you can let your imagination wander. I was thinking about Drew Aller, and I was getting excited. I'm thinking about 2027 for Steelers fans, and I'm thinking about already envisioning a Steelers Super Bowl run because of Drew Aller. But that being said, I still have some high hopes for the Steelers here in 2026. And while Aaron Rodgers wants to say that preseason football isn't real football and it doesn't matter, There was some real football going on last night. There was some real football being played by number 16 in the yellow and black. And that's Drew Aller, the future franchise quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers. You might say it's against backups. I don't care. I think you got your answer for the future and beyond. 310-840-4910 is the phone number to join the show. 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight. Let's get to some phone calls here. Let's go to Mark in New Orleans, who's next up on the show. Mark, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Hey, good, Mr. Pat. How you doing?
I'm doing good. You're the dude. What's up, bro?
Yeah, no, I just had three questions for you. One is about the Saints. I mean, what is your expectations of the Saints this year? I mean, you think playoffs are reasonable expectations?
Well, Mark, I think honestly, playoffs are reasonable expectations for any team in that NFC South. I mean, my prediction is that the Panthers repeat, but that was before they lost Nick Scorton for the year, their outside linebacker. That was before Chris Brazzell, their rookie receiver, who I thought could have had an impact on this team, is basically out for the year. And that was before Chuba Hubbard got a hamstring injury that is week to week when we're only a couple of weeks away from the start of the season. So I picked the Panthers to win the division last year, and just because I don't really feel great about any other team in the division, I'm picking the Panthers again. But I mean, I could see an avenue for the Saints to win the division. I see an avenue for the Bucs to win the division, and I see an avenue. It's Michael Penix, if he's able to stay healthy, that the Falcons can win the division. But when it comes to the New Orleans Saints, I think you gotta be feeling good going into the year because of the progress that Tyler Shuck made in the second half of the season when he took over and finished runner-up for the Offensive Rookie of the Year. I think you gotta love the addition of Travis Etienne to that running game because just a couple of weeks ago or a couple of months ago, when it was only Alvin Kamara coming back, that didn't feel good. And yeah, I know, look, really tough news today with the Jordan Tyson hamstring seeking multiple options. And Coach Kellen Moore acknowledging today that his hamstring injury could linger into the start of the regular season. That's not good. That's not great. There's not a whole lot of options now behind Chris Olave, in my opinion. And the offensive line is shoddy. And I feel like the defense has kind of been aging in place for the last few years. But I could see if Tyler Shuck takes another step forward, because I do think Kellen Moore is super underrated as a play caller and as a head coach. Yeah, I could see it, but I think ultimately, if I had to predict the wins and losses for the Saints this year, I'd probably land on 7-10 or 8-9, and that's probably not great to hear from in your opinion.
Right? No, I mean, there's a lot of optimistic. I mean, I trust Kellen Moore. Tyler Shuck seems like he's turning in the right direction. So I was just curious to see what your take was. My next question is about LSU. I mean, do you think they're a playoff caliber team based on what you read or heard, or maybe something that we as fans don't know?
Well, I mean, here's the thing: love him or hate him, Lane Kiffin, wherever he goes, good offense usually follows, right? So I think you got to be excited. You got to be excited about that. And I think you've got to be pretty excited about the quarterback room with Sam Leavitt coming in, who, again, I don't see any way how he doesn't end up being the starting quarterback after leading Arizona State to a Big 12 title game a couple of years ago. I know he came crashing back down to earth and then had a broken foot. But I think that with Sam Leavitt as your quarterback and Lane Kiffin coming in here, I think you've got to feel pretty good about where this LSU offense is headed. And they've, no matter who's been the head coach over the last couple of years, whether it be Brian Kelly and now Lane Kiffin, I think this LSU offense, you can expect some fireworks. I think it's going to be on the defensive side of the football where you could end up struggling. And on top of that, just to look at their schedule here, I mean, obviously it's not easy for anybody in the SEC, but I think Dabo Swinney and Clemson, I think their best days are long behind them. So I think you're starting the season with a W in a couple of weeks on Saturday night, prime time. And then Louisiana Tech's going to be a cupcake. At Ole Miss, that's always a tough one, but I mean, that's going to be one hell of a reunion there. And I would expect Lane Kiffin to win that football game. And then you've got really, I'm not that high on Texas A&M. And I think LSU is a stronger team. So if you're able to get through the first 4 games undefeated, I don't see LSU getting tested again until they go to Auburn, and I still don't think Auburn's that great. So if you can get yourself to 7-0, and then you got Bama, Texas, at Tennessee, at Arkansas, I think LSU is good enough to probably, or 8-0 going into those last games. I think LSU is good enough to get 10 wins and get themselves to the college football playoff. So yeah, I'm pretty optimistic about Lane Kiffin's first year in Baton Rouge.
Yeah, and one last question for you, Mr. Pat. Just last year, with college football, we seen 2 Group of 5 teams get in, being James Madison and Tulane. Do you see maybe a Group of 5 team that nobody's really talking about that could have potential to pull off what a Tulane or James Madison did last year? And I'm gonna hang up and listen. Thank you so much for taking my call, Mr. Pat.
Yep. You got it. Thanks, Mark. I appreciate it. I haven't done a deep dive into a whole lot of Group of 5 teams this year, but just off of the minimal research that I've been doing, I know that Boise State is once again expected to be really damn good. Deep roster is all I keep seeing about Boise State. Got a deep roster, got a lot of good depth. Tulane, they've become a really damn good team over the last few years with John Sumrall as their head coach. Now they got a new coach in Will Hall after John Sumrall left to take over for Billy Napier in Florida. So, that's a revolving door now. Memphis has always been competitive. And South Florida was a team that I really thought could take a big step forward last year. And they had some really nice wins to start the year. And then their coach leaves. And now you got Brian Hartline coming in as the head football coach in South Florida. So, just by default, just because the one team I keep seeing is Boise State, I would probably give the nod to them as a Group of 5 team. If there's going to be one that makes the college football playoff, it's probably going to be Boise State. So we're going to be talking a lot more college football in the weeks to come, though, as we get closer and closer to the season. All right, we got to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll get to your calls. I know we got some baseball calls on hold. Any other NFL calls you want to get to? 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text. This is Pat Boyle, and this is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
And how fans are. They're going to look at what Drew Aller did last night for your Steelers. They're going to look at, Joe Burrow, even though he's Joe Burrow, having an efficient night. And, Fernando Mendoza with a nice drive, getting the Raiders into the end zone. And people are going to overreact to it. I'm going to hold off on that, but and see how the rest of the preseason and training camp develops. But by and large, that was not exactly an inspiring, stellar performance by Cam Ward last night. And the book on Cam Ward has always been, look, he's not going to be a 70-75% completion guy. That's just not his game. But he does have the arm talent. He does have the moxie. He's a tough kid. And the hope is that, Dable can kind of harness him a little bit and get him to make some big plays and not make as many mistakes.
And immediately I see people posting, when's he going to take Rodgers' job? He's not. He's not even going to be the number 2 this year, I wouldn't think. It's great that Drew Aller had a wonderful first game in the preseason for the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's great. I'm happy for the kid. I'm personally a Steelers fan myself, I hope he does end up being that dude, does end up being the next guy. I'd love to see that. But can we pump the brakes on when are the Steelers going to have to put Aller in? Well, it's one preseason game.
I do think that I'm reading into it, and I thought back in January from some of the texts that we got the day they hired Todd that we knew that he had seen something in Deshaun Watson he wanted to work with, and so I told everybody to brace themselves because there's not a lot of Deshaun Watson fans here in Cleveland. They don't really like him that much, and I had to deliver the bad news to brace ourselves to get ready for this coming season. I'm not trying to have a confirmation bias here, but I think we really need to get ready for Deshaun Watson to start the year.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text 310-840-4910. Let's get you an update on the 3 NFL preseason games going on here tonight. Broncos crushing the Falcons 24-7. It was absolutely a debut for the Falcons to, I wouldn't say forget, just not one to remember. And again, Tua and the Falcons starters only played, I think it was 2 series. Tua goes 3 for 5 for 22 yards. But it was 24-0 at the half for Denver. Jarrett Stidham played the entire first half. We know what he can do. And he was really good. 9 of 15 for 131 yards and a touchdown. Saw a good run from Cameron Ross. Saw some good runs from Jonah Coleman. Cortland Sutton had a 40-yard awesome catch on the first drive. Cooper Rush has been really the one that's been struggling the most. He came in backup duty of Tua, 7 of 19, 62 yards, and 2 picks. So honestly, I think the winner of the night for the Falcons, the only one, is Michael Penix. Because if he's able to get cleared for 11-on-11 practice, and if he's able to get cleared before that final preseason game, boy, I cannot wait to see what he can do. Elsewhere, Buccaneers lead the Jets 17-16. It was 10-0 after the first quarter, though, for the Jets. Cade Klubnik started this game. I thought it was going to be Geno. It was Cade Klubnik. He played pretty well. 5 of 7, 56 yards, led 2 touchdown drives. Braylon Allen had a 31-yard touchdown run. Nobody really of note playing for the Buccaneers. None of their starters. Ted Hurst is one of their young guys to keep an eye out for. He had 2 catches, 19 yards. That was about it. Josh Williams has 8 carries for 27 yards and a touchdown. He is from LSU and signed on with the Buccaneers last year as a practice squad guy. So they've got a pretty busy running back room, but still, either way, I think Braylon Allen had the highlight of the night. And then the Commanders lead the Dolphins 17-7. For Miami, Caleb Douglas with a beautiful one-handed catch for a 28-yard reception on one of the first drives from Malik Willis. He went 4 for 5 for 43 yards. Devon Achane on the first drive had 7 touches, 7 carries, 39 yards, and a touchdown. That's about it for Miami. For Washington, no Jaden Daniels. None of their starters at all played. It's been a lot of Sam Hartman. He's got 80 yards and a touchdown. Robert Henry Jr., no relation to Derek, the UTSA former running back, who I believe is an undrafted rookie. He's got himself 9 carries, 64 yards, and a touchdown. And then Katron Allen, the former Penn State Nittany Lion, who the Commanders took in the 6th round this year, who maybe could make some noise, is making some noise, certainly with this game, maybe to push Bill Krosky-Merritt in that running back room. Katron Allen's got 14 carries, 47 yards, and a touchdown. And then don't forget, they also brought in Rashad White to be their running back 2. So there you go. There's your update on the NFL preseason games. Next segment, we're going to get to what I'm looking forward to in tomorrow's slate. You got 7 games tomorrow, so that'll be a lot of exciting Saturday afternoon and Saturday evening preseason football to really make you feel like football season in the fall is just around the corner. 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. Let's go back to the phones here. Ross in New Jersey, next up on BetMGM tonight. Ross, what's going on, brother?
Patty B, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great, dude. What's going on with you?
Yeah, so I was about the Texas show, and I was going through so I got like the text history between me and the show hotline, and the first text they ever sent to the show was right around opening day, putting in our predictions. And I remember the long shot, and granted it was a long shot at the time, but with how weak the American League is, I had a Dodgers-Houston Astros World Series, and all things considered, I think people think it's either the Yankees, even maybe Tampa, somebody out of that AL East, with Boston being red hot too. But, I mean, the fact that Houston, when, like I said, all things considered, they look like they were on their way out, even last year snapping that decade-long playoff run. And the fact that now I think not only in the division mix, I think they're winning the division right now, albeit like 2 games separated between them, Seattle and Texas. But, I mean, all of a sudden, Houston's kind of got that mojo of some of these franchises that just when people are starting to sleep on them, they always push the right buttons, just like the Super Bowl we saw in February.
Yeah, Ross, I've been saying that for, 2 weeks now. Houston was 47-54 on July 19th. I feel like I took a little bit of vacation time and I blinked, and all of a sudden they had won 11 out of 12. And since then, yeah, they've been kind of just doing enough to stay in first place in the AL West. Right now, they lead the Rangers by 2 games. But, I mean, dude, Yordan Alvarez, not only is he going to win the AL MVP, my prediction coming out of the All-Star break was that Yordan was going to win the Triple Crown. And I still believe he's going to win the freaking Triple Crown, be the first guy since Miggy to do so. I mean, he's just been an absolute beast. And you thought when Carlos Correa went down and they were like 10 games under 500 in May for the season, that was going to be it. But, I mean, Jeremy Pena is finally looking like the guy that won the World Series. He won the World Series MVP, right? A couple of years ago.
Yeah, he was on contract that year, yep.
Yeah, he's looking like the guy that won the World Series MVP. Since the All-Star break, he's got an OPS over 900. Paredes is hitting the ball pretty well. I mean, Altuve's been struggling, but, I mean, again, Alvarez is just carrying this entire lineup, and really it's been the pitching staff since the All-Star break that has probably been the biggest reason why they've been putting up nothing but W's. Hunter Brown's been solid. This guy, Peter Lambert, has been a godsend for them. Wesneski's been good. Javier, like every one of their starting pitchers has just been super solid, and they're winning a bunch of close ball games, like 1-run, 2-run games that they keep finding themselves on the winning side of, and they're beating up on teams that are all in the playoff mix. Like they swept Miami. They won 2 out of 3 from the White Sox. They took care of the lowly Angels. They swept the Rangers. And they just took 2 out of 3 from the Giants. So I know they're playing the Mariners right now, and they lead at 5-2. So yeah, I tried to kill the Astros back in May, Ross, and I feel like here we are. Once again, they're going to be a fixture in October.
I mean, if you look at the entire AL, and I know like it's been notorious for how bad it's been, it's funny enough, like in the note of teams that always feel like they're pushing the right buttons, leave it to the Rays who, talk about me being a Mets fan, and of all the punching bags last year, Cedric Mullins might have taken the cake. And the fact that he's been batting cleanup more often than not for the best record well, at least in the AL, with Tampa. I mean, you look at that lineup, it's hideous on paper, but every single year they got something going. And then Boston get red hot. Obviously, your Yankees been in the mix all year despite their issues. You even look at the Central, like you and Brad were talking about. I mean, it's poetic with baseball that the Tigers not only give up Scooble, obviously, Casey Mize as well, and they only got better. I mean, obviously, McGonigal, what he's been doing, Dylan Dingler suddenly being the best catcher in baseball, and you turn the calendar from when they were the team with the, significant division lead. Cleveland came all the way back and then blew it in 2 games in that wild card set. Who knows if we see a potential, re-example of that with Chicago. But I think people woke up a sleeping giant with Houston, man. I think Seattle's one of those, the opposite of Tampa and Houston, always push the wrong buttons. One of the most, cursed franchises, most miserable fan bases ever. Yeah. It just looked like when they looked like they were on the up and up. Cal Raleigh's unusable. Texas feels like your go-to 500 team. I think Houston's going to take that division, man. And that's
Ross, how bad has the big thumper been this year, dude? Oh my gosh, he has been terrible.
I think it was 51 hits, but it was a number of hits in the 50s. He had the 60 homers last year. He has 50-something total base hits this year.
51.
That is absurd. Absurd. But, yeah, that whole team's going south. And then Houston, man, like if they take that division, watch out for them in October because every single year, for that 10-plus years, like I know they don't have Bregman and Prime Correa, even any Correa right now, and that old team. But like you said, if Jordan wins a Triple Crown, he's the last guy you want to be facing if you're a pitcher. Pena, if he's back unleashed as a postseason threat, watch out for Houston, man. I think they're getting hot at the right time.
Ross, I appreciate the call, and I hate to admit that I feel like you're right, that if they win the division, can you just see it? Can you see the Astros in the ALCS again? Better, worse yet in the World Series? I hope not. I really freaking hope not, man. I feel like they deserve to have, not necessarily their fans, but just the organization. They deserve 15 straight years of when they were terrible, like when they would win 60 games. I feel like they deserve 15 more years of that because of the cheating scandal, because of the garbage cans. But I picked the Rangers to win the AL West before the season started. It's been there for the taking, and they won't take it. 310-840-4910. Real quick, we've got a tweet coming. You can tweet at me at PatBoyle44. Mr. Bombay tweets in. He's a Raiders fan. Says, great take on Mendoza, guys. I think he starts week 1. Brad said it himself. Studious, 2 more preseason games. Dolphins first up. He looked like a football Terminator out there going through the progressions in that uniform. Yeah, I don't know. I would pump the brakes there, Mr. Bombay. I don't know if he's quite ready just yet. I have very high hopes for the long-term future of Fernando Mendoza, but I still remain steadfast in my opinion that it should be Kirk Cousins for the first 4 to 5 games of the season, and then you can throw Mendoza in there, and he'll be that much more prepared and ready to go. 310-840-4910. I'll tell you the top things I'm looking forward to in the 7 preseason games tomorrow to round out week 1 in the NFL preseason, which means we are now less than 4 weeks away from opening night in the NFL. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
and you know how fans are. They're going to look at what Drew Aller did last night for your Steelers. They're going to look at, Joe Burrow, even though he's Joe Burrow, having an efficient night, and, Fernando Mendoza with a nice drive, getting the Raiders into the end zone, and people are going to overreact to it. I'm going to hold off on that, but and see how the rest of the preseason and training camp develops. But by and large, that was not exactly an inspiring, stellar performance by Cam Ward last night. And the book on Cam Ward has always been, look, he's not going to be a 75% completion guy. That's just not his game. But he does have the arm talent. He does have the moxie. He's a tough kid. And the hope is that, Dable can kind of harness him a little bit and get him to make some big plays and not make as many mistakes.
And immediately I see people posting, when's he going to take Rodgers' job? He's not. He's not even going to be the number 2 this year, I wouldn't think. It's great that Drew Aller had a wonderful first game in the preseason for the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's great. I'm happy for the kid. I'm personally a Steelers fan myself, I hope he does end up being that dude. Does end up being the next guy. I'd love to see that. But can we pump the brakes on when are the Steelers going to have to put Aller in? Well, it's one preseason game.
BetMGM Tonight, After Dark, with Pat Boyle, is back.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. Our number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Again, that's 310-840-4910. All right, here's what I'm looking for in the Saturday NFL preseason games. You got 7 of them on tap. Let's just go in order of what the NFL website has them in mostly chronological order. Panthers against the Bills tomorrow, Highmark Stadium in Orchard Park, the brand new Highmark Stadium. Hopefully we get some chances to see just how many of those views are actually obstructed. After that was a big topic of debate on our show earlier this week and on social media. But we're going to see Josh Allen and the Bills starters out there for new head coach Joe Brady, the former offensive coordinator, taking over now that Sean McDermott got fired last year. So I'm excited to see the new stadium. Excited to see a little bit of Josh Allen. And, yeah, there you go. Browns-Bears, though, is the game to watch, I think, on NFL Network at Soldier Field in Chicago. None of the Bears starters are expected to play, but the Browns starters are new head coach Todd Monken, and Deshaun Watson is expected to start and play about a full half of football. So I cannot wait to watch this Browns quarterback battle. That and the Falcons are the only two left to be decided. It feels like the Falcons is almost, unfortunately, a formality because Michael Penix is still not cleared for 11-on-11 practice and probably won't be for at least another 2 weeks. So that has given Tua a big head start. So Browns-Bears and the Browns quarterback battle feels like that is the last true quarterback competition we've got. And if I had to give you my, where I'm at with it, based on everything I know and what has been going on throughout training camp, I'd say it's probably 70-30 in favor of Deshaun Watson. He's probably going to be named the starting quarterback. But the fact that Todd Monken said Deshaun Watson's going to start and play the first half of this game tomorrow, and then Shedeur Sanders is going to start for the second preseason game, I don't think it's over. I don't think it's just, this is just semantics and Deshaun Watson's getting the quarterback job. I think Shedeur Sanders could play his way into being the starter for week 1 for Cleveland. So tomorrow's a big day for Deshaun Watson going up against the Bears defense that is, again, going to have mostly backups on the field. Vikings against my New York Giants at MetLife Stadium. The Giants have had an interesting training camp. Because of the World Cup and everything going on at MetLife Stadium, they went to West Virginia. They went to White Sulphur Springs, or whatever the heck it's called, in Greenbrier, West Virginia. Country roads take me home. to the place for training camp. That's what the Giants did, and then they returned last weekend. And honestly, John Harbaugh kind of annoying me because he basically has kept it close to the vest and did not say whether Jackson Dart would even play in the preseason opener against the Vikings when he spoke to the media yesterday. He just said, I value first-team reps very much, and you have to measure that against risk. Okay, well, tell us who's going to play, John. It's the preseason. So honestly, it's kind of a big question mark. Which starters are going to play and which ones won't? So I honestly, I have no clue unless I missed some other Giants reporting or found some answers during the show. I didn't see anything about which starters are going to play and how long they're going to play. Although I did see Jordan Renan tweet yesterday that John Harbaugh did say, quote, that is a big part of it, executing the new offense, but also a young quarterback. You've got a young quarterback who's just in his second year and didn't play a whole season even last year, so he's just getting started. So, yeah, I agree with Jordan Renan, who covers the Giants for ESPN. I think we probably will see Jackson Dart in the Giants starters, maybe for just one series, but that's better than nothing in my opinion. Finally, Rams and the Chiefs. Ty Simpson is going to start for the Rams. Justin Fields is going to start for the Chiefs, and that is definitely very much worth looking out for. 310-840-4910. The two games I did not mention are the three games. You got the Saints taking on the Jaguars. You got the Eagles and the Ravens tomorrow night, and then the Cowboys and the Seahawks. We'll get more on those in the last hour, but we're going to do part two of the list coming up next, right here on BetMGM tonight.
I do think that I'm reading into it, and I thought back in January from some of the texts that we got the day they hired Todd that we knew that he had seen something in Deshaun Watson he wanted to work with, and so I told everybody to brace themselves because there's not a lot of Deshaun Watson fans here in Cleveland. They don't really like him that much, and I had to deliver the bad news to brace ourselves to get ready for this coming season. I'm not trying to have a confirmation bias here, but I think we really need to get ready for Deshaun Watson to start the year.
All of the plays, the hottest takes, and the craziest one-liners you'll ever hear. With your host, Pat Boyle. It's BetMGM Tonight, After Dark, on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Sorry, I've been burping a lot tonight. I've been drinking those Zevias, and they are good, but man, they make you burp. Carbonated water, baby. What do you think, Pat? Welcome on back. You don't forget you could watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show. Plenty of different ways to listen. I always have a lot of people, how can I listen? Pat, I hear you're doing great things with your show. You know, friends and family members and people that I haven't connected with in a while. Hey, Pat, how's the show go? How can I listen to it? You got plenty of different ways. Bozo, the Westwood One Sports app. Very free. You can listen to every single primetime NFL radio game on Westwood One through the Westwood One Sports app. The Odyssey app. SiriusXM Channel 375. And if you live in any of the 100 cities, 100-plus cities that we're on, the hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Live on your traditional radio. 310-840-4910 is how you call or text the show. You can hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. But I always tell people, just put it on YouTube or put it on Twitter. Yeah, there you go. There you go. So plenty of different ways to listen, watch the show, plenty of different ways to interact with the show. We've had a fun Friday show, fantastic Friday show. We got 3 NFL preseason games that we've been keeping you abreast of. Buccaneers lead the Jets 24-16. Starters have long been out of the game. It's about to go final. We're in the final couple of seconds here. It's been Jalen Daniels for the second half of Tampa Bay, the rookie from Kansas, and he's looked pretty damn good. I had that game up until literally just a couple of minutes ago. 10 of 15 for 111 yards, and then it's been Zappy Hour for the Jets, the former New England Patriots backup. He has not had a good night. He's thrown 2 picks, and you've seen some Brady Cook, who was on the Jets roster last year. So Jets started off hot with some good play from Cade Klubnik, who I think is going to end up being the backup quarterback to Geno Smith. And then Braylon Allen had himself a big 30-yard touchdown run. That was the main highlight early on. Broncos crushing the Falcons 27-7. Again, Tua only played a series or two, went 3 of 5 for 22 yards. Jarrett Stidham played with the rest of the Broncos starters for a couple of series. Stidham played the whole first half, looked good. But yeah, Tua barely saw the field. Falcons starters barely saw the field. Not much to comment on in that game after the first quarter. And then Commanders lead the Dolphins 20-7. No starters played for Washington. It's been a lot of Sam Hartman and then the former Rutgers quarterback, Ethan Kaliakmanis for Washington. Meanwhile, for Miami, Malik Willis and the Dolphins starters, they look good. I know it was against the Commanders' backups, but if you're looking for any kind of optimism for the Miami Dolphins this year, their first drive with all their starters was 14 plays, 93 yards, and it ended in a Devon Achane touchdown run. So maybe Jeff Hafley and the Miami Dolphins maybe can surprise some folks this year, especially Bobby Slowick as their new offensive coordinator. I did not like that hire, but maybe he's got a second chance to prove everybody wrong. Bunch of games tomorrow that we were previewing earlier. We'll get you caught up on some baseball scores here in just a bit. It's a big weekend in Major League Baseball on a big Friday night, so we'll get you some final scores that have been trickling in a little bit. But we usually do this segment earlier on Fridays, and we did. And it didn't go so well for me. And honestly, I think it wasn't one of the better decisions from our video producer, Michael Montgomery, choosing the top 20 pitchers that have given up the most home runs this year. So I said, Monty, can we run it back? And he said, you know what, Pat, for you, since you always lose, because I always pick baseball, for you, we'll do it. So we're going to get Monty back in the mix. We're going to get producer Brandon Combs back in the mix. And we're going to get our guy in our Westwood One studios, Lee DeLapp, back in the mix. It's a rare part 2 here on this Friday night. It is the list again.
I'm gonna have to go tell the world exactly what's on the list.
Are you ready?
I'm ready. I love trivia.
Hey, the champ is telling you to do something. You know what? You just made the list.
All right, I'm ready. I'm ready to do my best Ron Jaworski impression. Yes, Combs, I'm ready to do my best Jaws impression, my best Ron Jaworski impression. In the last 2 commercial breaks, I have looked up 143,000 different statistical tables, and that is why I truly believe I'm going to win the list. That was more so,
And
that was the Frank Caliendo.
Bart Scott, can't wait.
Yeah, that was like my Frank Caliendo impression of Ron Jaworski. I used to love watching him when he would do Ron Jaworski. He would do, I'm blanking on his name. He would do Chuck Gruden. He would do John Gruden. He would do Belichick. He would do Boomer, Berman, Steve Berman, Chris Berman, excuse me.
His Gruden was the best.
The Gruden was the best.
Yes.
Sure about that, man? You spider 2 white banana? Oh, that was good stuff. All right, anyway, so the list part 2, Monty, you pick the category, and then it's every man for themselves, rattling off as many correct answers as we can. What do you got for us this time? Please, no baseball.
Hopefully a little bit of redemption for myself, apparently, and you included. We're going to college football, not baseball. But I think it'll be pretty easy. Hopefully it's not too easy. College football national champions since 2000. There are 15 teams on the list.
Oh, God.
If a team won it more than once, we only need to hear their name once. So there are 15 teams that have won a national title since 2000. Can you name them?
I love it. I like it. I want some more of it. This is good. See, this is like good stuff, man. This is stuff that everybody that's listening at home or watching at home or listening in their car ride can play along with as well, because it's nobody knows the top 20 pitchers that have given up the most home runs this year.
I didn't expect anyone to know all of them. Nobody needs to know all of them. You just have to know a few more or one more than everybody else.
Yeah, but you know who's playing this game.
It's true.
Exactly.
Good point.
You know who's playing. You know who's playing the game. All right. So I'm down to do any order. I'll actually go last. I'll give myself the hardest end of the stick here. Let's get some confidence going for our guy Lee. Not that he needs it. Lee's an absolute stud.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't believe.
Well, let's get Lee going.
Before. So, college football
we've definitely
champions since 2000.
Yeah, I don't think we've done this one before. I'm pretty sure we haven't. So yeah, Lee, you go first, then Combs, then me.
I'll go with the last one. Give me Indiana.
Oh, super easy. Nailed it.
Boom.
I'm next.
That's right.
Is that how we're doing it? All right.
Yeah, you can't baseball reference your way out of this one.
They probably are the other 19 names on this list. Let's go with Alabama.
Yep, they won one, or about 100.
What was that, Lee? That was an explosion?
Yeah.
That's a bomb. Boom.
All right, I'll take the other team that has won a couple here. Give me the Georgia Bulldogs.
Interesting. Yes, they are on the list.
How many times do we ask? Because all right, so how many are on the list since 2000?
15.
There are
15. Okay.
15.
All right, it's on me.
Correct.
It is up to you.
Give me the Ohio State University.
That is correct.
That is correct. We need that sounder back.
That is correct.
Bang, there he's got it. You ask and you shall receive.
Michigan.
Shout out Big Ten, baby. 3 in a row. SEC sucks.
Well, speaking of the SEC, how about go Tigers? Give me LSU.
Yep. They're on the list. They have won a national title since 2000.
Thanks, Monty. He's on fire.
Give me another Tiger. Wait, is it my turn?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
All right, give me another Tiger. Give me Clemson.
Yep. On the list. Holmes?
Yeah, I'm thinking. Are all of these? I can't remember. When did the BCS come into play? Because were any of these voted on? None of these were still in the voting process, right?
That was 97, I believe, was the last one, or 96, something like that. When I was looking it up. So yeah, that was 2000 was the easiest cutoff, and for that reason was another reason I chose 2000.
All right. Florida State.
Yep. You guys are still perfect.
Bit my hand.
8 for 8.
Oh my God!
Give me. Wait, no, sorry, it's Lee's turn, right? No, it's me. My turn.
No,
Yeah,
it's you, Pat. Oh,
Give me Hook'em. Vince Young and the Texas Longhorns.
Dang it. I was going to go with that.
You got it.
Dang. Oh, man. 2000. Yeah, it had to be after 2000. It was USC. Give me USC.
They are on the list.
Did they win one? And yes, they did. Miami.
Yes, they
2000,
did.
right?
2001. 2001.
2001.
Well, I guess depending on, when the game is played.
Yeah. No, I think it was. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean,
It's probably
a
January
week after,
or February
like,
2001. Yeah.
Give me Timmy Tebow and the Florida Gators.
Damn
You
alligator
got 'em.
bit my hand. Oh my God!
Did I do that for Florida State? That was my bad. I thought
You did.
we did Florida State. We did Florida.
It's okay.
Gave that one away.
You're trying though. You're
Zon-
right on it with the drops, Lee.
Oh man, give me Cam Newton's Auburn Tigers. Another Tiger. Give me Auburn.
I was saving that one.
That's a winner. 2009.
That
2010.
is correct.
For that one. There are.
So we only have 2 left, right?
Teams remaining. That is correct.
Yeah.
So Lee's safe unless Combs gets this wrong.
I can't remember if they won one in I can't remember if it was the 99 season and they won it in 2000.
He already Googled it. He knows.
Or if it was the year before. I'm going to give me Tennessee. I know they were one of the early BCS teams.
Tennessee is not on the list. They won it in 1998, the first BCS one. Also, I have a correction. There's only one team remaining. I accidentally counted one twice, so there's only one team left.
I should get a mulligan.
Wow.
You should not get a mulligan. It's a team that's already been named. I accidentally counted
I'm
LSU
just saying.
twice, so we had enough mulligans last time.
Everybody else had mulligans and chances. I didn't get no clues. I didn't get nothing.
I mean, this isn't even that hard of a topic.
You're built.
Neither was the
different.
last one.
Chalk.
Stop.
At least the last one is current.
I'm going to put out a Twitter. Damn, Lee's calling you a baby.
Bite me, Lee. Bite me, Lee.
All right. I know it. I know this last one. And so this is easy. I was going to try to make it make it climactic, but to spare everybody, and since it's not even making me the winner, it'll make me the co-winner with Lee.
I hope it's wrong.
No, I'm pretty sure this is right. And I remember because it was like fixated in my brain when I used to play NCAA college football. And you do the like road, the Heisman, whatever the hell it was called, campaign. You could always check, or you could do like dynasty mode, whatever it was called. You could always check like the national champion winners by year. And it was like, you know, like the hall with like, it would have the trophies and it would have the team's like flag above it. And I feel like this one was always fixated in my brain. I would always go back like as far as I could. And I felt like for whatever reason, it never would go past 2000. So that's actually pretty fitting that this is it. If I get this wrong, that means my memory is just completely warped. But I'm 99% sure I would always see for 2000 the Oklahoma Sooners to finish off the list.
Please be wrong.
You are correct.
Cursed.
Yeah.
Damn it.
All right.
So
Good
Lee
list,
won.
Monty.
So good
How
job,
did Lee win?
I mean, he's the guest.
No,
you
no,
gonna
we
give
both
the
won.
guest
You
the
tried-
win, or are you gonna take it? I mean,
you
you
tried
didn't
to-
win technically.
I didn't.
Technically,
You
didn't
lost.
win.
You're the
There's
only
two people
loser.
left. You're right. I did lose, but you didn't win, so that makes me feel better.
Monty, what do you have to say about that?
Yeah, I
That's
mean,
just-
I think we tied. I think nobody won. I think we
Yeah.
lost.
No.
America
Two
lost.
people won.
I lost.
One
the
person
most.
lost.
I don't
Two
know.
people.
I don't know.
Me and Lee won. Combs lost. Me and
If
Lee
you're
did
not
not
first,
get
you're
one
last,
last.
and you didn't finish first because there's two of you.
Yeah.
So one
No, I
A,
did.
one B. I
did.
guess.
We're both on the we're both on the podium. We're both on the podium. You will not take this title away
Yeah,
from me, and
I
you're
guess.
last.
I guess
You
if
wanna
you
do
want
a
that
tiebreaker?
participation trophy for sure, go ahead.
What's a tiebreaker?
Sudden death tiebreaker.
Ooh, I like that idea.
How many times? How many times did Alabama win it during this stretch?
I'm gonna say
So there's
4.
14. There's 14. So there was 20 full years, or is it 21 years?
Since
25.
2000, so
Or no,
25.
25 years. Sorry.
Yeah.
So 25 years. We took 14 off. So 9 available. How many did you say, Pat?
Sucks.
I said
but think
4.
I know the answer.
Dang it, I was going to say 4. In that case, I'll go Price is Right rules, and I'll take 5. That's not right. I think it's 4. I'll take 5, though.
Combs,
I think
you
it's
think you know
6.
the answer?
I think it's
The
6.
answer is 6. Combs should
Dang
win.
Shut up. Combs should win. He's
Well,
out.
I don't win. It's between you two. So Lee wins because he
I
got
know.
closest.
We're not doing Price is Right rule. This isn't Price is Right.
Too bad.
You're right. It's the
Lee
list.
wins. Pete loses. If Pat loses again, Pat didn't win.
They don't call me Pete. You just call me Pete. I
Same
got
thing.
beef
I'll
with
take-
Combs.
we'll-
I
we'll
got
do-
beef with the whole show. You guys are all jackasses.
You want to do one more tiebreaker? Last one. In this stretch, who has more titles? Or is it the same? Georgia or Clemson since 2000?
Georgia.
My guess is the same.
It is 2 each. Good job, Pat Boyle.
Trick question. Doesn't count.
I said or the same. I said that.
That's a winner. That's a winner chicken dinner right there, baby.
I am the smartest man alive!
Alrighty. Good stuff. 2 lists for the price of 1 on a Friday. We love it. All right, we come back. We got a little hot or cold. Get aboard, 310-840-4910. If you thought that was spicy, I can't wait to hear what Combs is going to try to push some stupid narrative when we come back. But we'll do that when we return. I'm Pat Boyle, the rest of the crew, Monty, Combs, Lee. We're all here hanging out. Hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. Get aboard the phones at 310-840-4910. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
And how fans are. They're going to look at what Drew Aller did last night for your Steelers. They're going to look at, Joe Burrow, even though he's Joe Burrow, having an efficient night. And, Fernando Mendoza with a nice drive, getting the Raiders into the end zone. And people are going to overreact to it. I'm going to hold off on that, but and see how the rest of the preseason and training camp develops. But by and large, that was not exactly an inspiring, stellar performance by Cam Ward last night. And the book on Cam Ward has always been, look, he's not going to be a 70-75% completion guy. That's just not his game. But he does have the arm talent. He does have the moxie. He's a tough kid. And the hope is that, Dable can kind of harness him a little bit and get him to make some big plays and not make as many mistakes.
And immediately I see people posting, when's he going to take Rodgers' job? He's not. He's not even going to be the number 2 this year, I wouldn't think. It's great that Drew Aller had a wonderful first game in the preseason for the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's great. I'm happy for the kid. I'm personally a Steelers fan myself, I hope he does end up being that dude. Does end up being the next guy. I'd love to see that. But can we pump the brakes on when are the Steelers going to have to put Aller in? Well, it's one preseason game.
I do think that I'm reading into it, and I thought back in January from some of the texts that we got the day they hired Todd that we knew that he had seen something in Deshaun Watson he wanted to work with, and so I told everybody to brace themselves because there's not a lot of Deshaun Watson fans here in Cleveland. They don't really like him that much, and I had to deliver the bad news to brace ourselves to get ready for this coming season. I'm not trying to have a confirmation bias here, but I think we really need to get ready for Deshaun Watson to start the year.
all the time. Is it hot or is it cold? You decide right now on BetMGM Tonight After Dark.
Yeah! Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Oh, I'm going to be the king of Let's Go Streaking at the end of the year, baby, because I'm up to 4 in a row. Pete Alonso with a knock earlier in the game. I'm now batting 750 on the year, 75% correct picks. I'm creeping up on Monty and Brad's back. Don't you worry. Don't you worry about a thing. Although Monty was just telling me before we came back from break, Tyler Soderstrom got a knock. So after a couple of days going 0 for, he's back in the right direction. Combs had Bobby Witt Jr. in the Royals game. They were up 3-0 on the Angels, and Bobby Witt Jr. is 0 for 1 with a walk, so he's still in search. And Brad took C.J. Abrams. C.J. Abrams of the... hold on. Yeah, I got confused there. C.J. Abrams of the Nationals. And did C.J. Abrams get himself a knock? He did not. So Brad has fallen from his perch. Monty's back in first place. And Let's Go Streaking. And then, and then Lee went with Jake McCarthy of the Colorado Rockies. That game scoreless in the second inning. Jake McCarthy 0 for 1 so far. So Brad's still looking for a hit. Lee's still looking for a hit. Or I said Combs is still looking for a hit. So is Lee. Brad hit the over. And me and Monty with a couple of W's. So that's a thing of beauty. Thing of beauty, baby. 310-840-4910. Speaking of Combs, let's get producer Brandon Combs in the mix. Do a little hot or cold. Combs, what's going on, brother?
What's going on, Pat? Just enjoying your asterisk victory in, our game called The List.
It's not an asterisk. I didn't get anything wrong.
You also didn't win. So there's that.
How do you figure that? You gave out a wrong answer and you lost. I didn't lose, so I won.
I did lose, but you didn't win.
I didn't tie.
Just 'cause you did tie.
We did a tiebreaker, and I got it right.
First of all, you went to 3 tiebreakers because you kept complaining. You just complain until you win. What is this? Next thing, what are you going to do next? Call the president and ask him to override the last 3 lists?
Well, what happens if you go to a tiebreaker and you don't break the tie? You continue to try to break the tie, don't you?
I'm pretty sure the tie was broken. Lee got closer. I would give.
This isn't the Price is Right. We both gave out a wrong answer. It was still tied, and then I got the next one right.
Okay.
Shut up! All right. You're not gonna bring me down. I won.
Shut up, Lee! Shut the up!
All right, let's get to some hot or cold here. Hot or cold? The Rams will be the biggest disappointment in the NFL this season.
I'm going to go cold. And I'll explain it in my answer. Biggest disappointment. Well, if they don't win the Super Bowl, could you call it a disappointment? There's a Super Bowl favorite every year. Rarely does that team win the Super Bowl.
I would argue that any year you don't win a championship, it's a failed season. But that's my argument.
Sure. Well, you're saying the Rams will be the biggest disappointment in the NFL this season, and I'm still going to say cold, because if I had to say who would be the biggest disappointment, it would be between your Chicago Bears, because Ben Johnson is saying they want to be the greatest offense ever. I don't think they're going to come close to that, and I think they're going to miss the playoffs, so that would be a pretty big disappointment. But honestly, I think the biggest disappointment in the NFL this season is going to be the Baltimore Ravens, because I think they missed the playoffs again. I think Jesse Minter coming in, I don't think that defense is going to be as improved as they think just because Jesse Minter's taken over. I think this could be the year that Derrick Henry takes a step back, finally, doesn't run the football like an absolute machine, behemoth of a human. He's 32 years old. And the word out of training camp is that he's expected to maintain his normal workload. Another 300 carries. A lot of mileage on those legs. I don't like the receiving room outside of Zay Flowers and Combs. I know you said that you couldn't believe Zay Flowers got a contract worth nearly $40 million a year, and right next to that. Yeah. I think he probably was close to deserving that, but I also don't think he's near the top 10 receivers in the game. And I think the offensive line is going to be worse after they lost Tyler Linderbaum. So I think the Ravens would be the biggest disappointment in the NFL this year.
I think with the Ravens schedule, the Ravens are poised to win 13 games this year. So I don't know how, like, when you look at that schedule, I don't know where you would see all of those losses coming from just based off of talent alone. But I mean, you could be right. Here's my fear with the Rams. And this is a team that won 12 games last year. Came in, I think they finished second in the West, right? Behind Seattle.
Rams, yeah.
Seattle won the division last year.
Correct.
So this is a team, and what they added, sure, you added one of the best edge rushers in the game, and now you might get Aaron Donald back, which, we'll see what he is after 2 years on the couch. But this schedule is not easy for the Rams. That's the first thing. Their first 5 games, I mean, there's a real possibility they could come out of that 2-3, and that's at full health. But here's my concern for the Rams, is that Matthew Stafford is not getting any younger. And Matthew Stafford has a bad back. And they have done nothing to sustain any type of victories if Matthew Stafford were to miss time. Stetson Bennett and Ty Simpson are your second and third string. I guess you could put it either way. According to the depth chart, Stetson Bennett is their backup. I look at this and it's one, you don't have a legit backup that could come in and at least sustain some sort of success, even if it was say you were going to miss Matt Stafford for 4 games, Pat. In those 4 games with your backup, you would like to go 2-2, right? At least go 2-2. Do you trust that Stetson Bennett isn't going 0-4? Do you trust that Stetson Bennett can carry the torch if Matthew Stafford goes down? Because for me, that's my concern with the Rams. And I already think with this schedule in its own, when you're talking about the Rams going, I believe who is it? San Francisco, then the Giants, then Denver, then Philadelphia, and then Buffalo to start the season. That is a pretty damn gauntlet. And that's a lot of good defenses coming after your quarterback, who is, I think Stafford's 38 or 39 now, with a bad back. You better be able to protect him. Because I have a real fear for the Rams this year that they're going to lose Matthew Stafford for some time. And I hope that doesn't happen. I hope I'm wrong, because I always like to see these guys at the top of their game. And I always want to see the best competition, especially in the NFL. I just look at that front end of the schedule. The middle is kind of nice for them, where when they go right after that Buffalo game, they got Arizona, Vegas, the Chargers, Washington, and Arizona. But then even after that, man, the last 7 games of the schedule, Green Bay, Kansas City, San Francisco, Dallas, Seattle, Tampa Bay, Seattle. That's tough, man. So I could see a real possibility of this team being a 9-8 football team. And that would be the biggest disappointment to me in the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ty Simpson's going to be their backup. I don't think they would have drafted him 13th overall if they didn't have plans of him being the backup, let alone the quarterback of the future. If they draft him 13th overall and then Stetson Bennett gets the nod over him, that's a problem. I mean, that's an immediate failed of a draft pick. And I know I don't care what the depth chart says. I mean, Ty Simpson's starting the preseason game tomorrow against the Chiefs. I think that should tell you where they're at. Here's the other thing. with Matthew Stafford's got a bad back. Yes, he had a bad back last year. He was getting red light therapy to the point where they basically shut him down going into training camp, like 2 different workouts in a row in like the end of July and early August. And then he still had no problem and won the MVP and had the greatest season of his career. So, I mean, if he ends up getting hurt this year, then, I mean, feels like there's a way less chance of that happening than, because of like an injury that you see coming than last year. If it happens just by fluke, then it happens. But I mean, tell me, Combs, which team with championship aspirations would you still feel good about them winning a championship if their starting quarterback goes down? I don't think there's a single team.
I would say,
and I'll go.
Baltimore's probably okay. They could sustain.
I'll go through them. Lamar Jackson goes down. You telling me Snoop Huntley's going to win him a title?
Not win them a title, but I'm talking about if they, if you're missing them for like 4 or 5 game stretch, somebody that can step in and go something like 2-3, 2-2, depending on how many games you're missing. Yes, Snoop Huntley's already shown that he can step in and fill that role in a tight situation.
Wow. I mean, Lamar Jackson went down for 4 or 5 games last year and they didn't make the playoffs. If Josh Allen goes down, you tell me Kyle Allen is going to help stabilize the Buffalo Bills?
No. Nope.
I feel like you're going to have a homer answer if I ask you this. If Caleb Williams misses 5 games, Secret Bagent is going to stabilize the Bears? You're probably going to say yes.
I say yes, and here's why. Because Tyson Bagent plays the same style of football that Caleb does. He won't be able to do it to the level that Caleb does, but Tyson Bagent does play the same style of football that Caleb Williams does, so he would be okay. And I think he's a decent backup.
Okay. We saw what happened with Bo Nix getting hurt. I mean, again, it was the AFC title game, but still, their defense played well enough for them to win. Jarrett Stidham wasn't good enough. We saw what happens if Mahomes gets hurt. If Mahomes gets hurt this year, their backup quarterback is now Justin Fields. He's not stabilizing the Chiefs. If Jalen Hurts gets hurt for the Eagles, it's Andy Dalton. I mean, come on. If Stafford gets hurt and has to miss 4 or 5 games, at the worst, the Rams go 0-4. Well, what if with Stafford in the other 13 games, they go 10-3 and they finish 10-7 and they make the playoffs?
I disagree with you on the Chiefs.
I just think it's a weak argument that you're saying that the Rams are going to be a biggest disappointment because you think there is a world that there's a high likelihood that Stafford gets hurt and misses at least 4 or 5 games.
No, Pat, you didn't listen to me. I said even at full health, I think that there's a world where this team is 9-8.
Really?
And they're worse than that if Matthew Stafford gets hurt. That schedule? I mean, Pat, have you looked at it?
I have.
That schedule you
see who's on the team? You see their coach?
I get it. I do. I understand. But, you're going up against pretty much all of the playoff teams from last year and their defenses. It's not going to be easy for them to...
I would love to be the guy that says, I told you all that the Rams were going to miss the playoffs when everybody and their mother's writing them in as Super Bowl champions. I'd like to be that guy. But that reality doesn't exist this year, barring catastrophic injuries.
I think you're wrong.
You're trying to be edgy. I appreciate it.
I think this team is about a 9-8 team. Matthew Stafford's not getting any younger.
I think that's crazy to say that coming off of the greatest year of his career. And
I love Matthew Stafford. The toughest quarterback I've ever seen, to be honest.
It's the same exact offense as last year. And now they've added Myles Garrett. And yes, Aaron Donald is most likely coming out of retirement. Not only that, they traded for Trent McDuffie, who's a premier corner. If the Rams are 14-3, I want an apology out of you.
Okay. I'll apologize if they're as good as everybody thinks they're going to be.
Last year, you might have been among these folks last year that correctly predicted the Chiefs to miss the playoffs. But there was a lot of years before that where a lot of people predicted the Chiefs' downfall, and then they would go on to win another Super Bowl or get to the Super Bowl yet again. If you're predicting Rams' downfall, if they get to the NFC title game at bare minimum, you got to apologize.
Okay. I have no problem with admitting when I'm wrong. I've been wrong a lot in my life.
because you lost in the list and
I
you tried to tear
apologize
me
for
down.
both of my first 2 marriages. Apologize to myself. No, I have no problem admitting when I'm wrong, especially when it comes to my sports takes. Like, sure, I put myself out there quite a bit, but I believe everything that I'm talking about. When I look at this Rams schedule, I just don't think that it's as easy as everybody thinks it's going to be for this team to just cakewalk through the NFC and through the schedule and just march into the Super Bowl. I think there's a couple of teams that are out there that, one, have nicer schedules, and two, maybe in the long run, just have better teams. You can have all the talent in the world. All the talent in the world doesn't always necessarily mean that you're the best team. It doesn't always gel right. Sometimes you get in the locker room and your stars don't like one another. Ask the Mets.
Okay, but here's the thing. It's like the exact same team as last year, and now they've added a couple of all-pros. So,
okay. They've added a couple of egos, is what you just said.
All right. Well, we're going to have to agree to disagree. Combs, everybody's picking the Rams to win the Super Bowl. Combs thinks 9-8. 310-840-4910. I give you credit for going out there on a limb. When we come back, we'll finish up with your calls, your texts. This is BetMGM tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports.
and you know how fans are. They're going to look at what Drew Aller did last night for your Steelers. They're going to look at, Joe Burrow, even though he's Joe Burrow, having an efficient night, and, Fernando Mendoza with a nice drive, getting the Raiders into the end zone, and people are going to overreact to it. I'm going to hold off on that, but and see how the rest of the preseason and training camp develops. But by and large, that was not exactly an inspiring, stellar performance by Cam Ward last night. And the book on Cam Ward has always been, look, he's not going to be a 75% completion guy. That's just not his game. But he does have the arm talent. He does have the moxie. He's a tough kid. And the hope is that, Dable can kind of harness him a little bit and get him to make some big plays and not make as many mistakes.
And immediately I see people posting, when's he going to take Rodgers' job? He's not. He's not even going to be the number 2 this year, I wouldn't think. It's great that Drew Aller had a wonderful first game in the preseason for the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's great. I'm happy for the kid. I'm personally a Steelers fan myself, I hope he does end up being that dude. Does end up being the next guy. I'd love to see that. But can we pump the brakes on when are the Steelers going to have to put Aller in? Well, it's one preseason game.
MGM Tonight, After Dark, with Pat Boyle, is back.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Final couple of minutes here, closing out the week before another summer weekend. Hope everybody's got some great plans, whether you're starting your vacation late, whether you just got back from your vacation, you're soaking up the final couple of days of your vacation. We got football, real, meaningful football, both NFL and college, just around the corner, baby. So our show's heated up in a big way this week, and they're just going to keep getting hotter and hotter, more and more electric. Brad and I have only been doing this thing together for 8 months, not even 7.5 months since the new year. And I love that I get 2 hours solo to talk to you guys every single Monday through Friday as well. So 5 total hours of nonstop action, opinions, analysis, your phone calls, your tweets, your texts. We have fun. We have a good time. We play some games. We bring you some great guests. So, hopefully as you're getting ready for football season and you're looking for a show to check out, I promise you, you're not going to be at a shortage of opinions or entertainment when it comes to this program. So I hope everybody's got some great weekend plans. Last chance to get aboard the phone lines, or if you want to shoot us a text, 310-840-4910. Josh Graham, Westwood One Sports Night is coming up at the top of the hour. But we welcome back in producer Brandon Combs. We'll finish off with one final item on the docket for hot or cold. Combs, what's up? What do you got?
Hot or cold? Your Yankees versus Cubs World Series prediction is very much alive.
I'm going to go with hot. Both teams are holding up their ends of the bargain. Neither team is in first place in the division. But that's fine, honestly. Exactly where I'd want them to be. The Rays finally lost a game tonight. They snapped their 9-game winning streak. The Yankees are 6.5 games. The Yankees also lost, but they're 6.5 games back in the AL East. I think it's unlikely they catch them. But I'm fine with the Yankees being a wild card team. Your Cubbies, they're hot. They're 3.5 games back, though, still the Brewers. And the Brewers are playing the Dodgers right now. And the score of that game is 1-0 Dodgers in the bottom of the third, so I know that makes you happy. It could be 3 in the division. Plus, the Cubbies and the Brewers play each other 7 times in a 10-day span coming up in 2 weeks from now. So I don't care where they're at in their divisions, and I don't care if either of them finishes a wild card team. The fact that the Yankees have been missing Aaron Judge, Carlos Rodon, Clark Schmidt, Cody Bellinger, and Giancarlo Stanton, and they were missing Garrett Cole for the first half of the year. And since the All-Star break, they are rolling out some very, very unattractive lineups. And they've been able to stay afloat, keep themselves in a really good spot to be the top wild card team, put themselves in, yes, a realistic chance to catch the Rays for the division, I think is admirable. And I think the fact that this Yankees team has not been healthy, not been fully whole all year, and they still got one of the best pitching staffs in baseball. And we know how great the lineup is when you put Aaron Judge in it in the middle of it with Bellinger and Stanton around him, and that's going to be coming soon. It makes me excited. That and the fact that the American League is weak. I think the Yankees can beat the Rays in a playoff series. I'm not worried about anybody in the Central. I'm not worried about the Astros or anybody in the West. The Red Sox are the biggest threat to the Yankees. We saw how that went last year. It's going to end up the same way this year. The Yankees are making the World Series, and then Combs with your Cubbies, I predicted it back in March. All the injuries to their pitching staff, they look doomed. Matthew Boyd has been unbelievable. Shota Imanaga, as many home runs as he gives up, he's been really damn good. David Peterson, he's been solid after a couple of rough first starts. Gausman coming over at the trade deadline, and the Cubs lineup might be the best in baseball. Yeah. I think the Dodgers are finally going to die this postseason. And I do think the Brewers are going to hold on to win the division, but I think your Cubbies, if they play them, they'll knock them out in October. So yes, hot. Yankees-Cubs World Series still on.
Yeah, the Dodgers being up 4-2 in the ninth inning last night made me happy too, and we see how that ended up. The Dodgers don't care, man. Edwin Diaz will not be closing games for them in the playoffs, and they know that. It'll be whoever the hell, whether they want Blake Snell or Tyler Glass now to close out games for them in October. They're not worried. The Dodgers aren't worried about winning regular season games because they're just going to flip a switch in the postseason. And that's why I think that this prediction is not alive. I am cold. I don't think
wow,
the Cubs
of your
or the
Cubbies.
Yankees. I don't think the Cubs or the Yankees are going to the World Series this year. I don't think that the Yankees are going to be healthy enough to go to the World Series, and I don't trust their pitching anyway heading into a playoff series, especially a 7-game series, whether it's with Tampa Bay, whether it's with Boston. I mean, hell, to be honest with you, whether it's with the White Sox.
Oh, stop.
I'm just telling you, there's just something about that White Sox team that they could just that offense is good, man. They're scrappy, they're young, and they're dumb enough to not know that they're not supposed to be good. And the Cubs, look, the Dodgers are winning the National League. I love the Cubs. I really want to see the Cubs in the World Series. I just don't think that this team is good enough. I don't think that they can hold up pitching wise with the Dodgers.
What a depressing way to end the week. You don't even have faith in your own team. Is that just so you could say, look, I'm not a homer. I said the Cubs aren't going to make the World Series. All right, fun show, fun week. We'll be back Monday at 6 p.m. Eastern. Thanks to producer Brandon Combs. Thanks to video producer Monty and his 2 lists. Thanks to our guy Lee in our Westwood One studios. Thanks to my co-host Brad Evans, Chloe Pratt, Max Sheedy, Zach Kroll. I'm Pat Boyle. Have a good weekend. BetMGM tonight.
I do think that I'm reading into it, and I thought back in January from some of the texts that we got the day they hired Todd that we knew that he had seen something in Deshaun Watson he wanted to work with, and so I told everybody to brace themselves because there's not a lot of Deshaun Watson fans here in Cleveland. They don't really like him that much, and I had to deliver the bad news to brace ourselves to get ready for this coming season. I'm not trying to have a confirmation bias here, but I think we really need to get ready for Deshaun Watson to start the year.